All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Straight Talk with my buddy Elias and your host or co-host Isaiah Israel, the author of the best-selling ebook series called "The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit" that deals with why do white people hate black people so much? And the second book, "The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit," dealing with the understanding of white supremacy and what that is. Two great books, about 2,000 pages, all to buy two or buy both. It'll be about $35, a little bit over. All right. Hey, what's up, man? What's going on?
What's up, big man? How you, man? You looking good,
Yeah,
man.
you got it. Yeah, you
Yeah.
got it. Well, I'm trying to look good and trying to look older, but I don't want to get older, so you know how that goes.
Okay.
We
Okay.
just go back
Well,
and forth.
that's
I'm
gonna
gonna
happen,
try to get you. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get these little bags off my eyes.
man. You better get
But
the.
it's all good. It's all good. I'd
Okay.
rather be old and alive than to be young and dead. So
Yeah, man.
well, I'm blessed, so I can't do anything but that. But listen, tonight as we talk throughout the week with this Asian sentiment of affirmative action being overturned, and they're happy, and we're going to get into that. And they're happy because they have been shitting on black folks, saying that they can't get into Harvard, they can't get into Yale, they can't get into Princeton, all of them, the major Ivy League schools. Okay. But, our ancestors put in a lot of work to uh, create and have the federal government create affirmative action.
Right.
It wasn't and had nothing to do with black people not being qualified. That's one of the first videos. Hold on a second. That's one of the first videos and myths that we're gonna just crack wide the fuck open.
Yes,
And if
sir.
you are and if you are here, Kenny. Now look, Kenny Zoo, who is the author of the so-called best-selling lie book, I would like to call it, called the uh, what the hell they call it? Damn, okay, I forgot the name of the book. Uh,
Look it
the
up online.
the inconvenient minority, and yeah, I don't want to look it up. I want to, I
Okay.
want to, I want to depend on my brain here, and the School of Woke. So he said, I got in contact with him on
Right.
X, and he said he wasn't able to do it tonight. But just in case, I put the link in X for him. So he said next week he's going to be on the show. I don't believe that, but want to see how this flows tonight because we're going to really kick ass and take names for all of these wannabes, white supremacists who got Chinese names, who made it a point to get in the bed of white supremacy,
Right.
knowing fully well, and if they don't know, they will know by the end of this show that they really fucked up. So, without further ado, I'm gonna play the. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure I get this right because sometimes I don't get this right. I'm gonna play the intro. Here we go. I'm gonna play the intro for about 20 seconds,
Okay.
and we'll be right back.
All right.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Lion Den on Straight Talk. You come on to this show, you better be walking in like Daniel, or you're gonna be eating up, eating up by the lions of Judah,
Yes, sir.
by the name of Elias and Isaiah.
Yes,
What's
sir.
up, man? What's up?
Man, ain't nothing to it,
Yeah.
man.
So, yeah. All right.
No, I'm saying ain't nothing to it, man. There's so much going on in this world, man, right now. We just had Helene come through, and then we had what was the name of the storm? Milton.
Yeah, Milton. Isn't that something?
Yeah, you know they do
Yeah,
the storms in alphabetical order, right?
right.
So that means there was an I, a J, a K, a L in between H and M, and I don't know the names of the other storms, but you know, I mean, they went straight from H to M because if those other storms blew in, they probably didn't do much or died at in the ocean. But
Okay.
Helene and Milton, boy, woo, real mothers for you.
Wow.
Right.
Well, a lot of people, without digressing into that area, we'll cover it later.
Okay.
But a lot of people are saying that is a engineered storm.
Yeah, they are.
But let's get back. Yeah. So let's get back on track. I don't want to get into that. That's we'll talk about that later or at the tail end.
Okay.
Something like that. But give me your thoughts preliminarily about this Asian persuasion that has been going on over the last year that had cut, shredded, and decimated the affirmative action law that was federal law.
Well,
go ahead.
We know that the purpose of white supremacy is to give us seemingly what we want and then dilute the fuck out of it to the point where it's ineffective for us. And then other people benefit from us. So when the Asians started, with their bullshit, shenanigans, whatever you want to call the word, and then found out they fucked around and found out. At the time when this happened, maybe like late last year, November, December last year, January, when it was like all in the news and so on and so forth. And when they found out that they were going to be affected negatively as well, then they wanted us to come and help them after the fact. But let me show you. Let's show you the trick bag in white supremacy. They gave them the Asian hate crime bill. We ain't get one. And then they so what the white supremacist does is he gives you something and then he takes something else away from you. So it winds up at the end of the day, because the typical Asian person ain't getting beat up by a black person, that knockout game shit and all that other stuff that they were saying was happening, and why they had to implement that bill practically overnight is what they do. They give you something and then they take something else away. And what they took is way bigger than what they gave you.
Right.
Because in order for that bill to benefit off of the hate crime bill, you got to be a crime victim.
Okay.
So if you have a hate bill in your name, and let's say you get into a situation with it could be a white person. It doesn't have to be a black person because it's a hate crime bill. So it's somebody hating you because you're Asian, somebody hating you because you're black, somebody hating you because you're Latino, whatever. They have the hate crime bill for them specifically. So if they get into a situation that they have nothing to do with race, and then the person mentions race, like, I get into an altercation with a Chinese dude, let's just say, and he can turn around and then I call him some kind of Asian slur. He can call that a hate crime based on me calling him a slur, not because of the situation. Maybe one of us dropped a $10 bill and I picked it up and he thought it was his because he had money in his pocket and he seemed like he lost $10. So we get into a fight and then I started insulting him. And if I beat his ass, he can say that I beat his ass based on hating an Asian, as opposed to it was about a $10 bill that fell and then we got into a fight. So we got to play, they play loose and fast with the rules, and we have to learn the rules of engagement, brother. I'm done. You can speak now.
Okay. We're going to go into a lot of videos that are supporting, and it's not an argument, that is supporting our factual statements tonight. Now, as you know, like you, I do not like the bullshit. And when I hear bullshit coming out of the mouth of a bullshitter like Kenny Zoo, then I'm going to say something. I have to say something because now he done stepped all in our ancestral past, not knowing the trouble that he is stirring. Now, the man has a Johnny come lately with a cum laude degree in mathematics. I'm not trying to talk about him. I'm not trying to, down him. But let's keep it real on 100. I truly don't believe Kenny Zoo had no idea about American history, Chinese history. From what I'm understanding, if you are listening, Kenny Zoo, that your parents are immigrants, neither one are American. And you are, if I'm not mistaken, and you can correct me next week, you are an anchor baby. Now, when we get back into the Republic for America, I don't believe anchor babies are going to be qualified to stay. You're going to have to get the fuck up out of here. Take your degree from wherever you got it from. I think you might have graduated from Harvard. I don't know. Your degree in math. Huh?
Quick question, real quick.
Yeah.
Would the anchor babies be the ones that they used to call dreamers before Trump took it out? The Dreamers Act?
Yeah. Dreamers. That was done by Trump. Done by Obama, right?
I don't remember who did it, but I know Trump took it out.
Oh, okay.
Right. So
right.
I'm almost sure if it wasn't Obama, it was Bush.
Right.
Son of a Bush.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's why I just clear that up.
Yeah. So tonight we're going to be talking very seriously about this matter, about how this Chinese man by the name of Kenny Zoo and his cohorts of other Asian men and women who teamed up with hold on, I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna stop the camera because I'm doing something with my wife right now. You know what? Matter of fact, I'm eating. That's what I'm doing. So I don't want anybody looking at me while I'm eating. All right?
That's your time, brother.
We're gonna keep it rolling, and I'm gonna take me off of the camera, so that way I can chill out and eat these tacos, buddy.
Okay.
But listen, like I was saying. Oh, okay. Listen, like I was saying, they got with the attorney by the name of Bloom, who, matter of factly, did the same thing with a woman that he was trying to overturn the affirmative action with this woman. He wasn't successful, right? So the idea is that he was looking for a pawn. He was looking for a sucker. He was looking for a dummy. He was looking for a fool. And these fools, under the guise of Asian hate, he approached them, took it on, went to the U.S. Supreme Court and got it turned over, to make a long story short. What you were talking about is that white supremacy deals with chicanery, trickery, and foolishness and fuckery. And like you said, they done fucked around and now they're finding out. White people, as we're going to be talking in one of these videos, they're not smart. They're smart asses, but they're not smart. One video deals with an actual study that was done by Yale and top geneticists throughout the world, in China, and Japan, and other countries, where they determined, listen now, where they determined that the monkey, the chimpanzee, and the orangutan all scored 3, 4, and 5 on the DNA intelligence sequence. And we're going to get into that video. and white people scored a 6. They're just one step up from the monkey. Asians, 6. Black people, 9 out of 10.
So would this be that RH factor and the blood type and all that other crap?
Yeah, we're gonna get into it. I'm just mentioning it because this is like a prelude to all of the videos we're gonna be covering. Because this guy, Kenny Zhu, he actually believed that black people don't have any goddamn sense at all. No intelligence, no nothing. As if we just a bunch of fucking monkeys and idiots and dummies. And with that, let's start the first video because it's going to break all the teeth out of his mouth in regard to that and what black people have done, not just for black people, but for the greater good of all of humanity. Hold on, let me get to the shared screen. Okay, hold on. The entire screen and allow. So, this video deals with the Moors of Spain. And as you know, these are our ancestors. And as you know, their knowledge, wisdom, and understanding has crossed the ages, through the centuries, through the millennia, down to the present moment. I'll be right back. It's about 5 minutes and a couple of minutes more than that. I'll be right back.
About a society which had bigger masjids than you had, which had bigger scholars than you had, which had bigger darul than you had. This was Muslim Spain. It had far bigger masjids than you had. Cordoba, in the height of its flowering, had over 600 masjids. And recently, a couple of years, 19 of us from this masjid went to Cordoba, where there were 600 masjids. We found one, and that was closed. Why? What happened? Because these are people who forgot Allah, and Allah made them forget themselves. And you look at the scholars of Spain. Who were the scholars of Spain? There were the likes of Ibn Hazm, there were the likes of Imam Qurtubi, there were the likes of Ibn Abdul Barr, there were the thinkers like Ibn Sina. These were people who were the backbone of Islamic learning. There were no greater scholars than these in the history of Islam. And Andalus, Spain, was built on the model of Medina. And as long as their focus remained on Medina, they flourished. But when their focus turned toward the dunya, then that same progressive society sank. Because the Muslims were not created for the dunya. The Muslims were not created for the dunya. The Muslims were created for the hereafter. We are Abdullah. We are the slaves of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the highest status that we can reach is that we remain the slaves of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This very society, Spain, when their own people, their focus became the dunya, and every single person was concerned about himself. He was concerned about his own kursi. And the narrations mentioned that the rulers of Spain, what they would do, that the Muslims would actually make treaties with the Christians, and they would fight against their own Muslims. They would fight against their own Muslims. And really, these were the Abu Rigal of that time. And throughout history, you will find Abu Rigal. Do you know who Abu Rigal was? You know what Abu Rigal was? Abu Rigal was a man who lived his life. And when Abraha, the Yemeni Christian governor, came to destroy the Kaaba, Abu Rigal told him, look, I'll show you where the Kaaba is as long as you give me a few pounds. So Abraha agreed. When Abu Rigal reached the outskirts of Makkah, he died. And what the Arabs would do, they would pelt his grave with stones, because he was a man who was ready to sell his religion and his people for $1 and a dime. And until today, the Arabs say, if they see a person of a deceptive nature, they say, oh, Abu Rigal. He's Abu Rigal. And these were the Abu Rigals of that time. And one place after the other fell in Muslim Spain. One place after the other. Besides, I told you there was only one place left, and that was Granada. And Granada fell 50 years after the rest of Spain. Until Abu Muhammad, he drew a treaty with the Christians on the condition that he would allow them to take over, on the condition that they would not persecute the Muslims, that they would not forcefully convert the Muslims, that they would not remove the Muslims from their posts. And when the Christians came in, the first thing they did, they reneged on their promise. And when they entered the Alhambra Palace, have you seen the Alhambra Palace? Wallahi, when you look at Alhambra Palace, the eyes marvel at the architecture and artistry. It is an amazing palace, and throughout the palace you will see one word, La Ghaliba illallah. That dominance is only for the sake of Allah. Dominance is only for the sake of Allah. Where are those people who wrote La Ghaliba illallah? Where are those people? See, La Ghaliba, they bravely remained on the walls, but the reality of it was removed from their hearts. And the reality is that the Alhambra Palace, to a great degree, encompasses the decline of the Muslim Ummah, while the mother country which Umar ibn Khattab radiallahu anhu embodies the spirit of Islam. And really, when these Christians, they walked into the Alhambra, they found the highest place that they could find, and they erected a crucifix there. And when Abu Muhammad saw this, he began to cry. He began to cry, and his mother rebuked him. So why are you crying like a woman when you couldn't defend it like a man?
Hello.
Why are you crying like a woman when you couldn't defend it like a man? And this is our state today, really. We whinge about everything. We blame everybody else besides ourselves. We blame the Christians, we blame the Jews, we blame everybody else. But it's one person we don't blame, it's us. We even blame time. The Zamana Yesai. As the Arabic poet says, it's a na'ibu zamanana wa na'ibu fina wa ma li zamanina aibun siwana. He said, we find fault in time, but the reality is that the fault lies within us. And if there was any one fault in time, it is that it has to carry the likes of me and you. That's the only fault with time. لا تكونوا كالذين نسوا الله وأنساهم أنفسهم. Do not be like those who forgot Allah and Allah made them forget themselves.
All right, let me get rid of that one. I'm gonna go one by one, brother Elijah. No, boy, continue right better thing. One by one.
Is that dude a black dude or he's an Arab?
I'm sorry?
Is he a brother? Is he a Moor or he's an Arab?
I think he's a brother. Yeah, I think he's a brother. He's black.
Okay.
But you gotta get prepared and be serious about eliminating the Abu Ragals amongst us, the traitors amongst us, who will sell you out for $1 and a dime. I don't know how you want to say that, but it's serious. Kenny Zoo is Abu Ragal. He sold out the Asian community for $5,000 per time that he goes out and talk. I don't give a fuck if he getting $100,000. He ain't getting no damn money from me, nor you, because he ain't worth shit. I'm just gonna keep it on 100. You know what I mean? On top of all of that, what he's going out is a bunch of bullshit. And statistics don't show that. It doesn't show that the Chinese are more intelligent than black people. How can that be? And we're going to cover that in the video dealing with the worldwide, well-renowned, and well-known fact that white people are no more smarter than the goddamn monkey. That's not a racist thing to say. That's fact. I'm only speaking fact. I don't give a damn about my emotions, and I don't give a damn about my feelings. All I care about is speaking facts about what needs to be said in regard to what he has said and what has that effect brought about.
Hey, let me say this.
Go on. Let me run this other video about the accomplishment of the white man. All right, and I'll be right back. You hear me?
Okay, bro. I'm here.
Okay, I'll be right back.
It's glitching like crazy because it's getting to the best part.
All right. Let me get out of here and come on back and talk with you. Now that really sums up the global impact that white people have had on the planet.
Can I say something, or are you gonna?
Yeah, go ahead.
Man, I've been looking at those type of videos for, let's say, the last 15 years, and the stuff that they had in those ones that I've seen previous to this one, similar,
Right.
don't have the same stuff at all, and it's just as true as this one was.
Right.
There was one I used to put on my blog all the time. Remember, I've been blogging since 2010. You know, I didn't start blogging like last month. You know what I'm saying? So if I combine all of my blog articles into a book, man, it would be volumes. You know what I'm saying? That's biblical stuff.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, with, you know, I'm going to mix in a little entertainment with this, but to make the point even more, you know, heavier.
Okay.
What I'm saying is with Piers Morgan apologizing to the world for having Jaguar Wright on his show, saying the same shit she's been saying since 2019, 20. You know what I'm saying? Shows that element of whatever you want to call that can no longer be denied by, that's on the internet. I don't believe her. She's crazy. The same thing they've been saying about us. So with that video and a breakdown of just that, and I'm not saying I don't want to break down other stuff. There is other stuff to break down. You
Right.
can see the world in its microcosm of how this shit actually happens. It's over. It's up. There's no other way to put it, bro.
Right. You're right.
One of them made that, not us. We don't think like that. Those of us who know better know, though, what I just said is true. It's up, bro. They done. It's a wrap. We could talk ourselves blue in the face for another month about this straight without taking a break once. And it's a wrap now. They know it, we know it, and everybody know it. If you still got time to gang stalk people like us, shadow ban us online, it's all the same shit. They just trying to suppress you from saying what the fuck you're gonna say. And just like how my brother would say it, and then I'm a Pastor Mike, fuck them motherfuckers.
Well, you know how we do on this show.
Okay, I'm sorry. I took you there, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. I'm with you. You know, you already know it. Hold on. Let me check the comment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Brother Marie, Willie River, what's up, man? What's up? What y'all doing? I can't wait for tomorrow. Hope you can be on there.
Put
yeah,
Maurice on the
there,
show, man. Put Maurice on the show. It's time for me to talk to that brother, man.
Yeah.
Just for a few minutes. We don't got to have him on the whole show.
Yeah. But try to be on the show tomorrow, Elias.
Okay. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to make you.
Yeah. But, you know, he's gonna send me the link.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna send it to you. You know, if you want to be on, you can be on. Ain't no problem.
Okay.
Let me go back because I don't want to be sidetracked on what I really want to say, because everything I say, I fucking mean. Kenny Zoo is a young man. I will be 52 in December. I've been around the block. No, I'm not no dummy. I'm not no fool. I'm not no idiot. I know white folks very fucking well. And Kenny Zoo, if you are listening, young man, you got used and abused, and you don't even know. You done laid your body down and spread your ass cheeks for this guy named Bloom, and he just screwing you one way or the other. White folk, white supremacy don't give a fuck about you Asian people. Not one iota. Not 1 gram of fuck. And I'm here to tell you that you done fucked up, and now you are finding out. Let me go in on white folks for a minute, brother Eli, because obviously Kenny, they ain't got a clue. You see, Kenny, white folks are not white. They're not Caucasian. They're not Anglo-Saxon. They're not Saxon. They're not Anglo. They're not European. They are just bleached out black people that come from Dravidian albino that made it with normal black people who created the octoroon looking kind of pinkish people we call white today. You see, white and white folks just got here some 150 years ago. There were no white people back 1,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago. The term white came into existence in 1680, young man. Just, you know, look, Kenny, just grab my t-shirt and don't let go, because if you let go, I'm going to make damn sure that karma just slap the shit out you, because you have no business how you say that? You have no business letting go of my t-shirt, because I'm your daddy now. See that? Daddy's home. I got the belt out. And when it is necessary to whoop the shit out of somebody, because if you whoop enough ass, as our brother Maurice would say, if you whoop enough ass, everybody will get in line. I hope I'm saying that correctly, but listen, Kenny, white folks are playing a game. It is best known by Chris Hayes as to how they play the colonial game. They set it up, they come in, they do what they do, they put themselves at the top of the society, as they did in America, as they did in Africa, as they did in China during the Opium War. There were two of them, as they did in Japan, and they do this. They make themselves out to be more than what they are. But once you pull back the curtain, you see a little bit as man and woman faking like they're bigger than what they are. And the mentality, the intellectual depth of white folks ain't that deep. It's only like 4 inches, about as big as the white man, you know what? Cause they ain't carrying nothing. Yeah, okay, if you whip enough ass, everybody will get in line and do right. Yeah, that's the last part. I'm sorry about that. But now we got it straight. Thank you, brother Willie. Yeah, you get enough, you whoop enough ass, everybody will get in line and do right. See, because this is what is happening right now. Gaddafi said it best. If you kill me, you'll be opening the door to all of hell for all of eternity. And he meant that shit. This man was deep. He predicted, and it is coming true. The Sahara Desert is turning green now, motherfucker. Europe was never the white man's place of existence. They come from Central Asia, Kenny. Gaddafi said it best. And now look at what is going on. All these brown skinned people are all going all up in the ass of Europe and killing people, killing these so called wannabe children of ours, these white folks. Now, one of the things that I want to make sure, Kenny, that you understand is that karma is very real. It doesn't matter if you're Chinese, American, if you're Arab, you know what I mean? You reap what you sow, and so shall you reap. And this is what white folks fear. They have and are reaping the whirlwind of hate that they have felt upon the world. Into a little bit deeper. In that short cartoon video, see the white man going throughout the world just fucking up shit. That's all they really know how to do. White people. They don't know how to run a government. They can run it into the ground, but they don't know how to run a government justly and fairly. That domain goes to and belongs to the black man and woman. Our dynasties have lasted tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. Nobody don't really know. It is based on Ma'at that gave birth to Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. You see, these three religions, and Buddhism and Taoism, you know what I mean, all that stuff that's coming up out of China. That's all black oriented and originated by black folks. If you don't know that, Kenny, the Chinese civilization is a black civilization. Kenny. The Nakis mean black man. Naki. Na mean, if I'm not mistaken, I don't speak Chinese, but Nakis. Na means black and Ki means man. And we're going to get into that video of a Chinese man, a geneticist, the top geneticist at that time, telling you that the Chinese people don't come from the Peking man, motherfucker. They come from the Negrito, the little black man. Qin, Chin, the first emperor of China, of which China gets its name. He was black. But what is happening right now, uh, Kenny, and everybody that's listening, there's a revolution that's going on. And we are on a fast track like a motherfucker to making the world black again. It just turning, it had no other choice but to turn black again. Because the universe is making its cleaning season this time around. You see, Kenny, look, pale skin is a uh, what do
Recessive
you call
trait.
that?
Recessive.
Yeah, recessive. Yeah, yes, sir. Recessive trait. In other words, at some point in time, it dies out because it's a weak gene. Just like white folks are weak mentally, emotionally, spiritually, in every way possible. Because the only four things that they brought into the world: death, destruction, disease, and despair. That's it. They have not created not one civilization in the world, nor one world religion. All of those were created by black people. Because you got to understand, Kenny, and I'm pretty sure you're woefully ignorant of what really CRT is all about. And you really don't know anything about America. And we're going to get into that if you have the nerve to come on next Saturday on what today's date? On the 19th. We're just going to run the game. You know what I mean? We're going to play football. I'm the quarterback. I'm the lineman. I'm the tight end. I'm the whatever. And you're just a fan, just watching. But you are on the field acting like you have a whole team on you. And you are really, truly weak. Talk intelligent. You talk smart. You talk educated. But in reality, Kenny, Zoo, you're an educated fool. Now I'm willing to bet you don't know a damn thing about American history other than what white folk taught you, Kenny. Do you know that King James was a black guy? The founder of the 13 colonies that became the 13 states? Do you know that the first president under the U.S. Constitution, George Washington, and his wife, Martha Washington, were black people? Do you know that under the Articles of the Confederation, long before the writing of the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution, Kenny, there were black people. There were black presidents. The very first black president was John Hanson from Sweden. Yeah, well, they got black people in Sweden. Of course, the indigenous people everywhere were black people. There's no race. Hold on, what the heck is that? Oh, I got a wasp in here. I got a bee spray in my coffee. There's no. I ain't cornered. Oh, better. That's a wrap on him.
I thought you said you got a wasp.
Yo mate, mama. Wait, esta maldita no va a picarme para nada. Ay, no, esta noche o mañana, no.
I thought you said you had a wasp in there.
A wasp, yeah, a wasp.
Oh, no. A waffin. Yeah, that's okay. Now you get it because you laughed. I'm gonna let you get it back, brother.
Okay, well let me continue because I don't want to get too far off the subject. But listen, the whole idea is that history is skewed worldwide because the white man has no history. He is an identity thief, a name thief, a land thief, every kind of thief. Because he has no history. He fabricates things and then turn around and tell you ain't shit. All of the things that are happening in the Middle East, which is really Northeast Africa, Kenny, those want to be Jews, they're not real Jews. I'm a real Jew. I'm a Semitic. Practicing so-called Judaism, but it's really an African Hebraic way of life. It is not a religion. This is how and why you know that white folks ain't the real deal Holyfield. It is a philosophy that allows you. It is a way of life that allows you to find the way of life for you.
Would you
So-
say something akin to Rastafarianism? Akin to it? Like
I'm
not
sorry?
Rastafarianism. I said akin to it, like so people can relate something of
Yeah, I mean, every religion, so-called religion, has its base in mind: justice, righteousness, truth, honor, integrity, frugality, resoluteness, all of the virtues. And this is what we aspire to. This is what we should be aspiring to as a man, as a woman, as a child, as a society, as a nation, and the world. And this is why our ancestors were able to establish kingdom that lasted for thousands upon thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. We don't know how old those civilizations were. White folks just calculate, and they don't know how to calculate shit. But the idea is that, uh, in a nutshell, white people have stolen our legacy. They have been sleeping on the flower beds of Eve of our ancestors when they don't have one. When you talk about uh, England and Europe and the Dane, the Dutch, the British, the Irish, the Swedes, all of these people is what Benjamin Franklin said. All of these people that I just mentioned were swarthy complected. They were brown skinned, dark skinned. And so he did not want them coming into their new haven of security, far away from England where they were slaves or serfs to the black Holy Roman Empire and the black elite and royal families of Europe. White folks have always been slaves to us. When you look at the word slave, it comes from Slavic Indo-European. Indo-European is not a people. It used to be a language group, but it changed over time, just like blue and pink. At one point, pink was a boy color, and over time it changed to and the girl color was blue. But it changed, and after so many generations, I think about 2 generations, people, the newborn baby is going to be thinking, well, the blue color is for boys and the pink color is for girls. But that was never always the case. So my thing is that the human mind can be worked like clay. It is malleable. It is changeable. It can be influenced. But when that influence is such a way that it allows one group of people to dominate the other group of people based on lies and deceit, now we got a problem. Now we have imbalance. Now it's not meiotic anymore. And at some point in time, evil will always destroy itself in the end, and always, and in the end, and those who partake in it, always, ALWAYS, and always, ALLWAYS. And this is what white folks fear, Kenny. And I'm here to tell you that your attitude has brought you some fame, and white people are allowing you to get on their TV networks and podcasts and talking about black people not being as smart as Asians and white people. Man, look, in that first video, you should see that we created math, science, agriculture, astronomy, astrology, physics, algebra, calculus, medicine, law. Not because we're black. We did it for the greater good of everybody. And China, Kenny, is a black civilization. Kenny, are you here, Kenny? You want to come on, Kenny?
in truth.
You want to come on? You late for school, but we'll take you into the class. Cause I'm gonna take you by the hand and take you to school, buddy. Either today or next week. I really don't give a fuck. but you are going to get the bitch slapped out of you because the white man got his, you know what, all up in your ass and your mouth. You just happier than a gay man and boy, happier than a gay man and boy time. But we're going to get it right, and you're going to get right, and we're going to be right. Okay? Because in the end, the white man, Bloom, and everybody who's been sucking up, that you've been sucking up to, are going to give you your wake up call. It already started. The Ivy League school, the percentage of Asian students is dropping. Now, I'm going to believe, and I'm going to bet over the next year or two, they're going to get down to about 8, 10%. So hold on, let me go back to the screen, the share screen, and we'll go on to the next video. I want to make sure we run through these and get it done the way it should be done. Oh, but we got time, you know. I mean, we got time. So the next video, okay. So this is a 30-minute video. So we're gonna take it in 15 minutes period, and then we'll comment in between, and then we'll finish it up, and then we'll talk about it some more. All right. So I'll be right back.
But perhaps the best example of how European ethnics would finally gain the full benefits of whiteness came with an innovation in housing at the end of World War II. It was a time when thousands of GIs came home ready to start families, but had no place to live.
Living space was at a premium. But in the Bronx, they tried building Quonset huts, and they turned to slums. All the Quonset huts just disintegrated. There were two families sharing a hut. One family at one end, one family at the other, and before you know it, they were awful.
FHA came to the rescue by ensuring long-term, low monthly payment mortgage loans.
Veterans needed homes for families. They turned to a revolutionary New Deal housing program. It would racialize housing, wealth, and opportunity for decades in ways few could have imagined.
In the 1930s, the federal government created the Federal Housing Administration, whose job it was to provide loans or the backing for loans to average Americans so they could purchase a home.
Due to the stimulation of the National Housing Act, from every section of the country come reports of vaccination.
In order to purchase a house in America prior to the 1930s, you had to pay 50% of the sales price up front. The new terms of purchasing a home was that you put 10% or 20% down, and the bank financed 80% of it, not over 5 years, but over 30 years at relatively low rates. This opened up the opportunities for Americans to own homes like ever before. The average person could own that home.
If these terms sound familiar, they should, because this is essentially the same financing scheme that allows most Americans to own their homes today. Federal programs and banks sank billions into the home construction industry. Their message to veterans: you can afford a new home. Buy a new home now. On the outskirts of Baltimore, Memphis, Chicago, Los Angeles, Denver, and other cities, brand new communities sprang up. One of the most famous was a Long Island potato field, transformed into 17,000 new homes. It was called Levittown. Tax dollars helped make the single-family home a mass-produced consumer item. The American dream had a new name: suburbia.
You have to remember the people who came here in 1947, 1948 were young ex-GIs whose uppermost concern was taking advantage of the GI Bill and making things better for themselves.
Before moving to Levittown, Herb Callisman and his wife Doris lived in a cramped attic apartment in New York City.
And when we began to look for an apartment, we found that the apartments were $100, $125, $150 a month. I know that's unbelievable today, but it was too expensive for us. And out here in Levittown, the mortgage payments was $65 a month.
Then your kitchen dazzles every eye. A brand new sink, a built-in oven, a new refrigerator, and
If you were buying a Levitt home in 1947, 48, 49, 50, and 51, you would get, this would be your kitchen. You would get a GE stove, GE refrigerator, and a Bendix wash machine. It would be part of the real estate.
Came to Levittown and we found the model house, and we walked in and we looked around, and of course in the eyes of a young man who was raised in the ghetto, so to speak, it was an interesting experience, interesting lifestyle, seeing all the new modern conveniences, very fascinating.
Eugene Burnett came home with almost 1 million other black GIs. They had fought for the country in segregated ranks. They returned hoping for equality and the American dream. For many, that dream was a new home for little money down and some of the easiest credit terms in history.
I went up to the salesman. We're interested in your home. We're interested in buying one. And what is the procedure? Is there an application to be filled out? So forth. So he looked at me, looked around, and he said to me, he says, listen, it's not me, but the owners of this development have not as yet decided to sell these homes to Negroes.
It was as though it was unreal. You can't imagine. But for someone to come out and actually tell you that they can't sell to you, you know, I was really on a, oh man, look at this house. Can you imagine having this? And then for them to tell me because of the color of my skin, I can't be a part of it.
The FHA underwriters warned that the presence of even 1 or 2 non-white families could undermine real estate values in the new suburbs. These government guidelines were widely adopted by private industry. Race had long played a role in local real estate practices. Starting in the 1930s, government officials institutionalized the national appraisal system, where race was as much a factor in real estate assessment as the condition of the property. Using this scheme, federal investigators evaluated 239 cities across the country for financial risk.
So those communities that were all white, suburban, and far away from minority areas, they received the highest rating. That was the color green. Those communities that were all minority or in the process of changing, they got the lowest rating. And the color red, they were redlined. As a consequence, most of the mortgages went to suburbanizing America, and it suburbanized it racially.
The racial logic adopts the principle that an integrated neighborhood is a bad risk, is a financial risk, that an integrated neighborhood is likely to be an unstable neighborhood, unstable socially, but therefore also unstable economically.
When the white residents of 8 Mile Road in Detroit were told they were too close to a black neighborhood to qualify for a positive FHA rating, they built this 6-foot wall between themselves and their black neighbors. Once the wall went up, mortgages on the white properties were approved. Between 1934 and 1962, the federal government underwrote $120 billion in new housing. Less than 2% went to non-whites.
I can understand an individual, depending on his environment or his family or whatever, being racist, but for your country to sanction it, give him tools to do that, there's something definitely wrong there.
I think we had the golden chance after World War II, and we flubbed it because and here we had a GI Bill that was that was available to everybody, but in a way they didn't make it available to everybody, and that was a golden opportunity in this country, and we missed it. We really missed it.
You can always tell, Castro, a town with good real estate people is a more substantial community because more people own their own homes. That's right.
And now it's hard to believe that the federal government nationalized and introduced redlining. In a funny way, it wasn't just giving something to whites, it was constructing whiteness. Whiteness meant, as in the past, whites meant being a citizen and being Christian. It now meant living in suburbs.
Only 50 years before, European ethnics were believed to be distinct races. Now, in these new segregated neighborhoods, they blended together as white Americans.
We did have different religious groups. We were mixed up there, but we were an all-white community, and I think it's an unrealistic world. I think there's something sterile about everyone being on the same economic level and everyone being the same color.
It certainly doesn't promote a feeling of a whiter world, whiter, to live in a place where there are only people that look like you.
Cartoonist Bill Griffith remembers moving from Brooklyn to Levittown as a kid.
It's an untenable artificial world. You're creating your utopia in a way, a utopia of middle-class white people who are trying to deny that they were living in a multi-racial world. And how long can you keep that up? You can't keep that up forever. Whether there were going to be black people in Levittown, it's just, it would be almost equivalent to saying, are there going to be Martians in Levittown? Basically, the idea of whiteness is who's included, who's part of the family, and it has material consequences. Blacks were completely left out of the housing market. The housing market they were exposed to was largely public housing. And public housing, first of all, was built almost exclusively with a few exceptions in the central city. And after World War II, we started building these larger and larger public housing projects, which are called vertical ghettos. All of a sudden, you're concentrating large numbers of poor people of color in one place.
Another federal program, urban renewal, was supposed to make cities more livable. 90% of all housing destroyed by urban renewal was not replaced. 2/3 of those displaced were Black or Latino.
Fair housing for all human beings,
who live in this country is now a part of the American way of life.
In 1968, President Johnson signed the Fair Housing Act. For the first time, racial language was removed from federal housing policy. Non-white families began moving into traditionally white communities in numbers.
We lived in an apartment, two-family house in Queens, and when we came here, it was the first time we bought a house, and I was looking for everything in storybooks.
The Frisbees moved from Queens to suburban Roosevelt, only a few miles from Levittown. Like the Frisbees, many non-white families would discover the economic value of race in the real estate market. They watched as their homes and neighborhoods in suburbia declined precisely because they had moved into them.
When I moved into a neighborhood, I thought it would stay intact the way it was. On the street that I lived on when I lived, it was predominantly white. Within 2 years, it was predominantly black.
It was called blockbusting. Real estate agents preyed on the racial fears of white homeowners to get them to sell their homes quickly for less than market value. The homes were resold to non-whites at inflated prices.
Well, they would say, you know, we're having black people move in. Now, I will give you cash if you want to sell me your house. Do you want to stay with black people next door to you? And that's the way it went on. And as Bunny said, a lot of the people just said, yes, I'll take the money and run.
All right, let me go on back. We'll talk about it. Are you there, Elias? Okay. Now, one of the things about Levittown is it was 99% white. After the World War II, during the 40s, Roosevelt started the FHA that allowed homes, and it was a blockbuster money-making, I don't want to say scheme, but a money-making venture for people who are in or were into real estate, like Levitt. If we were the creator of Levittown. And it gave the white people an opportunity to gain wealth. Now, before that, like we talked about, white people did not, Kenny, did not pull themselves up by their bootstraps. During the early 1800s through late 1800s, the federal government gave the Homestead Act, gave farming land, seed, cows, and whatever machinery that white people could use and or utilize, that opportunity to create wealth. Fast forward to the 40s, now you have this introduction of homes, of which that filtered down through the decades to 40, to 50, to 60, to 70, 80, 90, 2000, 2010, 20, and 24. Gave that wealth of that was locked into the home to white people. Black people were given poorly fabricated homes, homes where they were being built near toxic waste dumps or not too far from dumps. There were scores of neighborhoods of black, like what's that park in New York? It was trampled over. You know what park I'm talking about.
You talking about Central Park?
Huh?
Central Park during the conscription war?
Yeah. Central Park.
That's a whole story.
Right, that's a whole nother story. And then a lot of the highways and byways cut right through intentionally through neighborhoods where what they call the right to the government to take land. I forget the name.
Public domain.
Yeah, yeah.
Excuse me, eminent domain. Eminent domain.
Yeah, eminent domain, right. So all of that, Kenny, played a part in destroying not only black wealth, but stopping it from accumulating. Not only that, through the 1800s, 1900s, black people, because we were united, and this is what I was talking about, Brother Muhammad, united we stand and take over, divided we fall, and stay in this shithole. We were united. The dollar in our community circulated 34 times. In the white community, it circulated damn near not one. They became jealous of black wealth, political power, and prowess. Because as you know, when you have money, you have political power and people in your pocket who are going to do what the fuck you tell them to do. Because money talking bullshit wall. Through the Black Wall Street, white people destroyed dozens upon dozens upon dozens of black wealth and property and stole it. They did not give it back. Reparations is necessary. CRT, Kenny, is necessary because white folks don't know from which they come. They actually believe they're European. They actually believe they're Caucasian. They actually believe that they're white. They actually believe this, that, and the other. But let me stop for a minute. Let me clue you in on some things that I'm pretty sure, young man, that you don't know. Blumenbach and Meisner were two pale skinned. For the lack of a word, they were going to call them white. Blumenbach and Meisner stood up and wrote a voluminous treatise on race. That said that black people were less than monkeys. Now, Harvard and Yale, they gave them PhD. I'm here to tell you, Harvard and Yale, that I deserve a PhD from you all. If you can give a PhD to Blumenbach and Meisner that lied intentionally, because Blumenbach went to Greece and Rome and saw white alabaster statues. Now, those statues were not white. But since he was a pale skin, he looking at a statue, he came to the conclusion, just like white folks always do, it just gotta look like. Not that it is, it just gotta look like and smell like. Oh, yes, that's our history. That's exactly what happened. He got confused, motherfucker. Just like you are confused by getting in bed and spreading your ass cheek for the white boy. Because y'all getting fucked. I'm here to tell you, it's happening now. And so Blumenbach came back to America and started this lie, along with Meisner, and that came later. But you know what he said? On his deathbed, he said that all the lies that I had told are going to come back and bite our descendants in the ass. Now look at what has happened. You see, white supremacy is not supremacy at all. It's a fairy tale. It's a lie. It's a deception. And white folks are the masters of projection and deception. That's all it is. Because when you read my book, Kenny, The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit, 1 and 2, you're gonna understand it more. You're gonna feel better about yourself. Because right now, the Asian community, by spreading your ass cheeks for white supremacy, they little dicks, ain't nothing but a thing. It shows a lack of intelligence, a lack of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and self-esteem. Because you do anything that makes you look like you're on par with white people. But I can here to tell you that you're not white. You're not white. And I don't want to be nasty about it, but I'm here to tell you what white folks are talking about you, just like Vivek Ramaswamy and Coulter. See, Ramaswamy thought, he's intelligent, dark-skinned guy. He's not black, just like St. Luger from TYT. Oh, I got brown skin, but I'm not black. I'm not black. No, same shit. And since you want that proximity so bad that you will sell out like Abu Ragal, your own people, 70% of Asian people don't agree with you in the ending of affirmative action. They're dead set against you. And I wouldn't be surprised that somebody harm you. I don't wish that, but it is what it is. You guys, the Asian community can really kiss the ass of black folks now. Because we're done. There's no unity no more. There's no love no more. There's no nothing between us and you people. Nothing. There's no, bro, what do you think? No, you're not no brother. You're a white guy. See, because once you start sleeping with white folks, that's it. Don't call on us talking about you want to do, we want to help you do something. We're not coming. We just not. And I'm here to tell you that you're getting gamed, you're getting played, you're getting fucked. Every day that go by, every month that go by, every year that go by, every decade that go by, you're just going to get less and less and less and less. See, because you got to understand what America is all about. It's all about deception. They don't give a fuck about you. And I'm here to tell you that white folks are calling you racial epithets, or epithets, however you would say it. Slanted-eyed chink. Dummy. Rice-eating motherfucker. You know how they did y'all in the movie? If you remember the Bruce Lee movie, he gets married to the Linda, his white wife. They go to a movie theater, and he's sitting there, and you can feel the anger rising up in him. And then white boy.
I think that's a Chinese connection, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. But so. in that movie, this white boy is playing the Chinese guy. And he was being the buffoon, like the Stephen Fetcher. You know what I mean? And he brutally got up out of that chair and just walked the fuck out. He was pissed. I'm pretty sure he did. But this is what white folks do. See, if you're not white, then they got something for you. Feel me? If you're not white, and they know white when they see it, then you're going to get it. You're not going to get any parity. You're not going to get any biscuit, butter biscuit. You're going to get the quick foot in the air, just like Vivek Ramaswamy. White folks are calling you a bunch of goddamn slanted-eyed chinks all day long. Now, it's not me. I'm just telling you what white folks are doing. So don't get upset with me. But you already know what's going on. You see, I love and appreciate Chinese culture because that's black culture. I love and I appreciate Japanese culture because that's black culture. We created it. You pink people just came later. That was due to white people dominating over you, and the Japanese dominated over you. From 45 to 55, I think it was. And if you look at the Yip Man movie, they talked about that and how many millions of Chinese were killed by Japan, and how the Opium War 1 and 2 got y'all hooked on that crack pipe, that opium pipe. You just couldn't fight. So don't, next week, Kenny, please, look, please don't come on the show giving these phony ass, fake ass statistics, because you're going to get ate up. Come on to the show, be humble, be polite. You know, we're on first name basis. My name is Isaiah and his name is Elias. And just be open and honest about it. We're going to be open and honest with you. But the minute you start talking all this bullshit that you've been talking about, that black folk don't belong to, motherfucker, who do you think brought and created the university, motherfucker? The oldest university is in Africa by the name of Timbuktu. The very degree that you got in mathematics was created by black folks, big dummy. It wasn't no white motherfucker doing that shit. Isaac Newton didn't discover gravity. It's like we waited, somehow humanity just waited for this white motherfucker to come along, the apple drop on the head. How the story goes. Oh, wait. Gravity. Oh, not yet. This is calculus. Motherfucker, it don't work that way. Shit don't come out of a fucking vacuum, you big dummy. Black folk created and discovered mathematics, calculus, and gravity. Ain't like we just got here. White folks haven't created a goddamn thing, as Amy Chen, as you're going to discover, is going to be talking about. At least she's a Chinese woman that's honest. She's telling you that the Moors taught white folks how to take a bath, and they still don't want to take a bath today. There's a white mother who don't force her kid all fucking week not to take a fucking bath until the end of the week. They ass gotta be, no. Wash your ass at least twice a day, in the morning and at night. And that, if you can in the afternoon, if you can't take a shower, go into the bathroom, take some toilet paper, a big round of toilet paper, put some soap on that bitch because it's funky, and just wash your ass. Then you're good to go until you get home and you can take a bath. Because I do that in the morning and at night, and if I'm retired now, so I can take a bath in the afternoon. If I'm feeling a little sticky, a little sweaty, then I take a shower. But let me go back and finish this video, and then we'll be right back, bro. Hold on.
And that's the start of the white people leaving.
As more Black and Latino families moved to Roosevelt, real estate became more and more depressed, just as the FHA had predicted. But why?
I have an idea my house is probably worth around 120 in this town. But what it would be worth in Montour or Garden City or some other place, probably around 200,000 or better. Now you're talking about 80,000. You said to me one time about why do people dislike the blacks? Well, money-wise, there's a reason. Not that you dislike the blacks so much, but you dislike what happens when a community turns from white to black.
It wasn't African Americans moving in that caused housing values to go down in Roosevelt and other neighborhoods. It was whites leaving.
When a neighborhood, a previously white neighborhood, starts to integrate, even if individual whites don't have personal or psychological animosity or racial hatred, they still have an economic incentive to leave because they recognize that others might make the same calculation and leave first. So you get a vicious circle where whites calculate that other whites are going to sell when a neighborhood integrates. Therefore, they want to sell first to avoid losses, and they actually make it happen. They make white flight happen.
If you think about African Americans, if African Americans are 20% of that market, it means that 80% of the people are not looking those places for homes. So the prices of those homes declines or stays stable. And banks contribute to this by continually making loans in regions that are on the rise, white communities, and making it difficult to get loans in black communities. So there's a difference. There's a lack of symmetry that's important to keep in mind. So it's not the same when whites are all by themselves, because when they're all by themselves, they're taking all the resources with them. They're taking all the amenities with them. But when blacks are by themselves, they can't get loans. They don't have a decent tax base. There are no jobs, and then that becomes associated with black space.
In the end, what happened to Roosevelt happens in many neighborhoods when white families and businesses flee. The tax base eroded, schools and services declined. The town was seen by county officials as a legitimate dumping ground for welfare families.
At one point, we had explicit laws that says whites are on top, blacks are on the bottom. Today, we have many of the same practices without the explicit language. And those practices are largely inscribed in geography. And so geography does the work of Jim Crow laws. So many people are confused as to why after 50 years of civil rights are our schools still segregated? Why are housing markets still segregated? Why are our jobs still segregated? And again, a lot of this is a function of how we reinscribe the racial geographic space in the United States. That structure is still what we're living with today.
As homes in white communities appreciated in value, the net worth of these white families grew. For most non-white families who stayed in urban neighborhoods, the housing market open to them in the 50s and 60s was largely a rental market. You don't gain equity by paying rent.
Where one's family lives in America is not just a matter of taste and preference. You have the issue of housing and wealth. The majority of Americans hold most of their wealth in the form of home equity. So that's their nest egg. That's how they can finance the education of their offspring. That's how they can sort of save up for retirement. It's their savings bank, right? They're living in their savings bank.
My family, like a lot of families, was in Detroit struggling to buy a house. You had a dual housing market, one white, one black. A housing market with one with a lot of demand, another housing market with very little demand. My father lives in the house that I grew up in. The house today, 5-bedroom house, is worth about $20,000. That same house bought in the suburbs would be worth today about $320,000. So whites moving to the suburb were being subsidized in the accumulation of wealth, while blacks were being divested.
And these were public policy decisions in which, on one hand, people were given access to property, given title, and subsequently wealth. And on another hand, where people were not given access to property, did not generate wealth, and did not generate the kind of opportunity for the next generation.
So if you can get a government loan and with your GI Bill, your newly earned college degree, and buy a house in an all-white area that then appreciates in value, that then you can pass on to your children, then you're passing on wealth that has all been made more available to you as a consequence of racist policies or practices. To these child of that parent, it looks like my father worked hard, bought a house, passed his wealth on to me, made it possible for me to go to school, mortgage that house so I could have, a relatively debt-free college experience and finance my college education. How come your father didn't do that? Well, there's some good reasons why maybe your father had a harder time doing it if you're African American or Latino or Native American.
And the thing is really slick about whiteness, if you will, is that most of the benefits can be obtained without ever doing anything personally. For whites, they're getting the spoils of the racist system, even if they're not personally racist.
To glimpse one of the far-reaching consequences of racial inequality, you need only consider one statistic: comparative net worth or wealth. If you add up everything you own and subtract all your debts, what's left is your net worth.
Today, the average black family has only 1/8 the net worth or assets of the average white family. That difference has seemingly grown since the 1960s, since the civil rights triumphs, and is not explained by other factors like education, earnings rates, savings rates. It is really the legacy of racial inequality from generations past. No other measure captures the legacy, the sort of cumulative disadvantage of race, or cumulative advantage of race for whites than net worth or wealth.
Even with the same income, white families have on average twice the wealth of black families. Much of that difference lies in the value of their homes. But what happens when we compare families along the color line who have similar wealth?
When you make the right comparison, when you compare a black kid from a family with the same income and wealth level as the white kid from a similar economic situation, rates of college graduation are the same. Rates of employment and work hours are the same. Rates of welfare usage are the same. So when we're talking about race in terms of a cultural accounting of these differences or a genetic accounting of these differences, we're really missing the picture because we're making the wrong comparison.
We want to be a colorblind society that values the content of character over the color of skin. The hope of thousands of newcomers who arrive each year is that we already are.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which
I don't see color. I see people, the saying goes.
There are people from 100 other nations who look different from you. People whose religion, history, skin color, and reason for being here today may be different from yours.
But in post-civil rights America, is color blindness the same as equality?
The notion of color blindness came to us from that famous I Have a Dream speech of Dr. Martin Luther King, where he said that people should be judged by the content of their character and not by the color of the skin. And what has happened in the post-civil rights era is that whites have assumed that we are already there, that we're in a society where color does not matter.
On the one hand, the civil rights era officially ended inequality of opportunity, officially ended de jure legal inequality. At the same time, those civil rights triumphs did nothing to address the underlying economic and social inequalities that had already been in place. It doesn't recognize the fact that the rewards, the house, the Lexus, the big bank account, those are not only the rewards of the pot of gold at the end of the game, they're also the starting position for the next generation.
The wealth gap grows. The advantages of being white accumulate from one generation to the next.
What are the benefits or the advantages to being white in a society that has historically given benefits and advantages to members of the dominant group? And if you are a person who has that privilege, you don't necessarily notice it.
So until we recognize that there's really no way to talk about equality of opportunity without talking about equality of condition, then we're stuck with this paradoxical idea of a colorblind society in a society that's totally unequal by color.
Claiming we don't see race won't end racial inequality. As Supreme Court Justice Harry Blackmun said, to get beyond racism, we must first take account of race. There is no other way.
And just as we're born into the system, we don't ask to be loaded up with stereotypes or omissions or distortions when we come into the world. We don't ask to be in a structure which is unfair, but that's what we have inherited. Whether you identify as a person of color, whether you identify as a white person, it doesn't matter.
I think we have to be uncomfortable with the present racial arrangement. In a sense, I think we have to be willing to be uncomfortable, willing to demand more of ourselves and more of our country, and willing to make the invisible visible.
I think we all have to think about, what can I influence? I don't influence everything, but the things I do influence, I can think about, how am I making this a more equitable environment? I can ask myself, who's included in this picture and who isn't? Who's had opportunities in my environment and who hasn't? What can I do about that?
All right, that's a wrap on that one. Let me close it out and see what now we're getting into these Asians who are complaining again this time about work. See, it's backfiring. Hold on. It's backfiring on white folk, on Asian people who consider themselves to be more circling around the flame of white privilege, white supremacy, and they think they can, if they can get jack close enough, they're not going to get burned, but they do get burned, and they're being burned.
Everybody's feeling it, bro. But when it's like I was saying earlier, you know, they give you something, they take something back, and it's way bigger than what they gave you. Look, they do the opposite with black people. We want reparations. They gave us Juneteenth. Okay, we'll give you a day off. We pay. That's a trick bag, right?
Come on with it. You know what I mean?
That's supposed to be a
right, of course.
To reparations. That's not supposed to be like questioned or anything. Okay, let's give the niggas a day.
Right. Right. Because in that video we just watched, they're not even telling you all of the ins and outs, all of the dirty tricks that white folks have used to get the upper hand economically, and how they suppressed our communities and neighborhoods without garbage pickup, and without constant loan to improve a home, or if they did get a home, if black people did get a loan, it was extremely high interest, and white folks didn't have to face that. You feel me? So there's a lot of things that went on, Kenny, that you are not aware of, that you should be aware of, and you should be ashamed of even approximating yourself and making it look like you're white. Buddy, you're not white. They're calling you every name, every racial epithet that you can think of. Telling you to take that dental floss off your eyes so you can see. You just open up your eyes. But it's too late now. I mean, be honest, I got Asian friends. I got a lot of white friends. I'm not prejudiced. I'm not. I'm a nice guy. But what I don't like when one group is trying to subjugate another group and making them feel as if they ain't shit, knowing they're the ones that's not shit. What I don't like, what I hate, is the fact that foreigners like you Asian come over to America and shit on black folks. We're the indigenous Indians of America proper, North America, but we're also the indigenous Indians of Americas, where I live at in the Dominican Republic, and throughout the Caribbean and throughout North America, Central America, South America, and Canada. All of that area is the Americas, in case you don't know, Kenneth. So let me see. Yeah, so the next video, all of these videos are pretty much like 5 minutes, 7 minutes. Not going to take long to get through them. But what I want you to understand, Kenny, is what is going on and the feedback that's happening, and the burn that you guys are going to be feeling from now on forever. You're not going to be able to use, bro. Them niggas over there, they're getting benefits that we should be getting because I'm smarter. Yeah, I'm smarter than them black people. You see, because no, Kenny, it don't work that way.
Hey, some of them can spin a better dragon balloon than we can.
and why the fuck did you come over here for? You can't make it over there in fucking China, bitch? Stay your motherfucking ass over. Go back to China and try to make it, motherfucker. Don't come over on our fucking land talking shit. Because this is our land. Black folk land. Talking all that shit, and you ain't really about that life. You just not. You're not even green. You're still a seed in the soil. You haven't even sprouted yet. But let me go on to the next video, and we'll run it through. I'm sorry. We'll do the whole video. It's 15 minutes long. All right. So we'll be right back.
Hello, it's Lady Boulay, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for your support. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Thank you for your thumbs up, for your comments, and thank you for sharing the videos. Thank you for all you do to support the channel. And yes, we are commanded to love one another, whether we want to or not, or whether we agree with each other or not. So, okay, y'all. The Asians are at it again. Now they're complaining because they don't feel included in the workforce. They are not included on the job. And they feel less included than Latinos and Blacks and LGBTQ. So now, what to do? What to do? The Asians are complaining again. somebody asked me to do a video on this because I really hadn't been paying that close of attention because I just don't pay Asians any attention anymore. But I looked into it and there were a number of articles about this. They don't feel included. I'm not really sure what they think is supposed to happen. Are they going to run to the Supreme Court now with a case against the workforce because they don't feel included? They don't have any test scores to show now how much better they are than everybody else. So what are they going to base this case on? Now, if somebody was to ask me, and nobody has, but if somebody was to ask me the biggest mistake that immigrants make when they come to the United States, I would tell them the truth. Your biggest mistake is that you think white people are going to make it easy for you to assimilate into this society. That's the first mistake you're making. And the second mistake you're making is thinking that white people don't like black people. And so therefore they take on that sentiment, thinking that it's going to help them in their relationship with white people. And so they turn on black people who could actually give them some good advice about dealing with white people, but they don't. And so then they go in thinking, as I said, that white people are going to make it easy for them to assimilate, not knowing that white people are very clannish, very territorial, and very stingy about what they have. Now, what they don't recognize about Black Americans, because they don't know, they have believed the propaganda against Black Americans. They think we're dumb, that we're lazy, and that we haven't accomplished anything. They don't even know. Forget about the fact that we built the country, that the country was built on the backs of our ancestors. We have created our own infrastructure. We have created our own neighborhoods, our own schools, our own colleges, our own churches, grocery stores, and in some communities, even hospitals. And if they would leave us alone, we would create many independent, self-sufficient communities. But they don't want us to do that. When I say they, you know what I'm talking about, because that will cut in on their profits and their business as they try to make us think we're dependent on them when it's really the other way around. Destroying Black people's businesses, trying to keep Black people from being financially independent, and trying to take property away from Black people. That's what every massacre in the United States has been about, including Black Wall Street. They'll say it's about a Black man doing something to a white woman. So they use the virtue of the white woman to justify all of this cruelty and brutality against Black men in particular, when most of the time, the Black man didn't even do it. And in some cases, the white woman will come back and say they didn't do anything. But they've already destroyed your business, your community, burned down houses, flooded your community, like they did up in Lake Oconee. They destroyed what we tried to build. So they have always relied on us in some way since the very beginning of this country. But the immigrants really believe the propaganda. And so it doesn't surprise me when they are disappointed that white people don't accept them. White people are telling racist jokes behind their backs about them, just like they do Black people. The difference is we know they're doing it, and the immigrants don't. So let's see what they're saying. This article is from USA Today, May 5th, 2022. Asian employees feel least included at work of any demographic group, including Black and LGBTQ workers. They don't need to be including Black people in any kind of survey like this, because Black people go to work to get paid. If Black people get paid on time with minimum harassment, Black people are usually good. Now, if I'm wrong, let me know. And for any ultra-sensitive Black people who want to go on about, oh yes, I want to be included, are you suggesting that Black people don't want to be included on their job? Let me tell you something. When Black people were petitioning the government for equal pay and for opportunities to get hired at these jobs, they were asking for money. They weren't asking to be included. in somebody else's clique. So miss me with that. Asian employees report feeling the least included of all demographic groups in the workplace. New research from Bain and Company found. Only 16% of Asian men and 20% of Asian women said they felt fully included at work. These percentages were below the third lowest group, Black women at 22%, according to a Bain survey of 10,000 individuals across industries and demographic backgrounds in 7 countries and at all levels of seniority. In this context, it is hard not to view Asian experience in the workplace in a new light. Bain partners Karthik Venkataraman and Pam Lee wrote, the Bain research underscores the challenges Asian Americans face at work, particularly in light of ongoing anti-Asian hate and violence. Asian workers are more likely than any other major racial or ethnic group to hold a professional or managerial job in the Standard & Poor's 100, fueling the perception that they encounter few obstacles on the corporate ladder, a USA Today analysis found. But they are scarce in the senior-most executive ranks of these companies in a phenomenon sometimes called the bamboo ceiling. So they're still not satisfied. They're not satisfied, and I believe the source of their discontent is that model minority BS that they fell for. America told the Chinese and the Japanese and the Koreans as they came into this country, America called them the model minorities. They came here because they wanted to come, and so they got in their place, and they saw what was happening to Black people, so they kept their mouths shut, they kept their heads down, and they did their work, whether it was cooking rice, ironing shirts, or doing laundry, or whatever it was they were doing. So America called them the model minorities. Now, the main reason they were called model minorities was to keep them in line, to make them easy to control. You're the model, so you got to be good, you got to be better, and you know you got to be better than those Black people over there. So they fell for it, and they worked hard, and they made a big thing. America made them believe that everything was riding on test scores. So they went to work trying to pass tests, even though they cheat just like everybody else. Those test scores don't mean anything according to the people who developed the tests in the first place. But America used those tests to keep Black people out. But the Asians thought they were going to ride in on those test scores because remember, in addition to calling them the model minorities, America started talking about how smart they were. They're so smart. They're so smart. And they bought into that. So they thought they were just going to cruise their way to the top. At least that's the way it seems. So then they get there, and Americans are starting to say, well, guess what? I don't care what you made on the test. You're not going to take up all of these slots in this school. And before they let them take up all the slots, guess what they did? They started saying, we're not going to look at the test scores anymore. So now they're out there swinging because America has done what America always does when a non-white group learns how to play the game. They changed the rules. They were banking everything on the test scores, and I can tell you, as far as their work ethic is concerned, their work ethic is no stronger than anybody else's. I've been around enough of them to know that. So this is a source of their discontent. America disappointed them because America told them there was something that they were not. But see, it was just a scam, and they fell for it, and it's nobody's fault but theirs. And the reason I don't think anybody should take Asians seriously when they start complaining, because they come to Black neighborhoods all over this country, and they benefit off Black people's buying power. Black people will patronize their businesses, and yet they can have the nastiest attitude toward Black Americans, every bit as nasty as white people's. And Black people really try. Black people want other people to like them. I'm going to say them. I don't count myself in that number. My feeling is that my black is just as good as your Asian. And if you got a problem with my black, then I got a problem with your Asian. But black people really want people to be nice and to be accepting and to make them feel normal, like normalize me. I'm just a regular person. But the Asians won't do it. They seem to take on the worst characteristics of white Americans. But now they're finding out the hard way that nobody sees you as any different or any better than anybody else. So go to your job, do your work, and keep your mouth shut, because if you don't feel included, then create your own group to be included in. Research shows that the upward mobility of Asian workers, especially women, can be derailed by harmful stereotypes and racist tropes. Asian workers are often passed over for promotions, excluded from professional networks, and have few, if any, role models. And they are widely considered capable and smart in supporting roles, but too deferential and submissive to run lines of business or entire organizations. Well, then they have to stay in their lane and do what they're good at, and let other people do what they're good at. And this is a young woman holding the sign, not your model minority. The younger Asians see that that was nothing but a trap for them, and that it puts unnecessary stress and pressure on those young people, and they're still not going to get any farther than America wants them to get. That's the takeaway. The facts on the ground, as opposed to widespread assumptions and stereotypes, demonstrate clearly that U.S. companies need to start paying attention to inclusion and belonging for Asian American employees. Our own organization included. Brian partners Venkata Raman and Yi wrote. They recommended taking into account cultural differences when building recruiting, promotions, and performance systems to nurture a sense of belonging for Asian Americans. I don't think they should do any such thing. Asians have to find their way just like everybody else. In the Bain survey, part of a report on how to create an inclusive work culture, LGBTQ women reported feeling the most included at 29%, followed by Hispanic women at 26%. The survey also showed that feeling excluded is a common feeling. Some 70% of employees, including straight white men and women, don't feel fully included at work. So if 70% of people don't feel included at work, why ain't anybody listening to what the Asians are saying? They're just indulging themselves just like they always do when things don't go their way. You can't change the whole country around to accommodate Asians. Asians not feeling included on their jobs is something that they need to work on. Other people cannot change themselves around so Asians can feel included. Okay, y'all, thank you for listening. Let me know what you think about the video. Subscribe to the channel.
All right, that's one down. Got quite a few more to go. Brother Elias. So yeah, you just heard that it's spilling over into the economic, into the job market, and that Asians are being and feeling discriminated against. But now you don't have a string to pull on. You have nothing now. So you wanted that meritocracy. You're going to have to work for it. And that's a wrap. So, as this lady was saying, a lot of Asians want to sue again by using the affirmative action. Well, that's dead now. So all of the blessings that were going on that were beneficial to you that you got from affirmative action, which was benefiting Asian and women, white women in particular, and LGBTQ and you name it, now that's gone. So now we're going to see who really step up to the plate, who's really gonna take over and who's really gonna do what it gotta do. We gotta get done. It's gonna do what it do. And I can guarantee you that black folks are gonna be the cream of the crop. It's how we do. I don't give a damn what we gotta go through, how we gotta go through it or get through. We're gonna get through it. And we're gonna dominate. Because now all is on an even level playing field. Now you're gonna see that your white rice eating asses with no seasoning, no butter, no pepper, no salt, no nothing in the rice but rice ain't gonna work for you because you ain't got the flavor like black folks got it, baby. You're not going to get it. You're gonna get it, but you're not gonna. Elijah, are you there? Okay, well, you want to comment on that video?
Not really.
Well, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry, brother. I was talking and I wasn't even making any sense to y'all out there. My bad, man. I was just saying it's great. This is a great time to be alive, man, because we are the people who are going to see this transformation. And it's going to be Wakanda on top of Zamunda.
I heard that. My last comment, Elijah, was it don't even matter because black folks are gonna beat out everybody, and we're gonna turn around. We're gonna turn around and tell these Asian motherfuckers to kiss our ass because now we're running it. And like I was saying in the first part of this video, that the world is fading back to black. Africa, the continent of Africa, has more resources. Will be producing more and more billionaires, if not trillionaires, than China or all the billionaires combined. The aquifer of Africa is all over Africa. There's so much fucking water in the ground, under the ground, that is ridiculous. Gold and oil, there was gold, $15 trillion worth of gold that was discovered. I think it was in Nigeria or Ghana, somewhere around there in that area. So we are blessed people. We are the smartest people on the planet. Ain't nothing going to stop us from getting to where we got to be. And if you look at Angola, that was ruled by Portugal, then it got rich and the Angola went back to where they were subjugated. And now they're running Portugal. They're creating large policies and regulations that are benefiting Angolan. And the Angolan elite, they don't have no problems over there in Portugal. They go there, do what they got to do, and say what the fuck they got to say. If the police step out of line, they get their asses slapped, literally and figuratively, with policies, the laws, and regulations that's benefiting Angolans. You feel me? So it ain't gonna be but a minute. Ain't gonna be but a minute. We're the richest people on the planet, and everybody gonna feel that shit, and everybody can kiss our motherfucking black ass. That's just how I feel about it.
Did you hear? I think I sent it to you. Did you hear about there was some rare earth minerals found in Wyoming, like that could make the whole planet billionaires? Every person.
No, I didn't hear that one. What was that about?
I just told you. I don't remember the name of it because it's one of them chemical names. One of them hard to pronounce names. But it's some kind of rare earth mineral, and they found like a mountain of it in Wyoming. This is recent.
You're not talking about lithium, are you?
No. That's the Appalachians. That's why they did a lead.
Okay. Wyoming, okay, over there west.
Yeah, it's a whole. I think it might be like lithium, but like better and easier to use, like a form of lithium, something like that. Right. I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get it before the show's over. I'll send the link over or whatever. Then maybe we could discuss it for a minute.
Okay, I bet.
Okay, brother.
But let me get rid of that one. Then we'll go to the next one. That this Chinese guy, if you're listening, Kenny, is telling you. And let's roll. It's 7 minutes long.
There is something that could settle this debate of where the Chinese come from once and for all. I'm meeting Professor Jin Li, one of China's leading geneticists. Recently, he led a project that set out to prove that the Chinese evolved independently from everyone else, from Homo erectus, here in China.
Before the project started, I was hoping that I could identify or could be able to find the evidence that support independent origin of Chinese in China, because I'm a Chinese, I came from China, and through the education process, I always believed that there's something special about Chinese.
He singled out a male genetic marker which only appeared about 80,000 years ago in Africa. So any man who carries that marker must have recent African ancestors and can't be descended from the more ancient Asian Homo erectus. Jin took DNA from over 160 ethnic groups around East Asia, over 12,000 samples. And so, what did you find?
We did not see even one single individual that could be considered as the descendant of the Homo erectus in China. Rather, everybody was a descendant of our ancestors from Africa.
The result couldn't be any clearer.
Kenny, are you listening?
As a Chinese person.
After I saw the evidences that we generate in my laboratory, I think we should all be happy with that, because after all, modern humans from different part of the world are not so different from each other, and we are very close relatives.
That's great.
So this is an old clip. I don't know how many of you have come by this, but I came by it for the first time last week. And the reason why I'm bringing it to the channel is because of his reaction when he found out. Like, did you guys notice how disappointed he looked? Like, you could literally read, "I am disappointed," written boldly on his face. The crazy part for me is this guy is in the science and he doesn't know that everybody originated from Africa. Either that, or he just doesn't want to accept that he is from Africa, that him and his people are from Africa. So he set out on a mission to prove that the Chinese independently came about by themselves. I mean, imagine embarking on such a mission and it backfires. I would be distraught. I would be pissed. Me going on a mission to prove that my people are different. They are special. I mean, we are the Chinese. We are special. And then you feel like this, I'm not going to sleep tonight. Yeah, you guys are special, all right. And we see it too. I mean, I see it. All thanks to this very successful scientific research, we see just how special you guys are. Well, at least he was honest with his findings and he even went public with it. I'll give him that. Because some people, have gone on scientific trips like this and they got findings that they exactly did not like and did not go with their narrative, and they failed woefully, because just like this guy, they already had preconceived conclusions and they set out on this scientific project to find the evidence to prove and back up these already preconceived conclusions. They failed woefully and they never brought that scientific research to life. But at least this man has more dignity, even though he wasn't exactly pleased with his findings. I mean, we saw his face now. We saw his face. Even though he wasn't pleased, he was able to say, well, this is what I found. But he did say they should be happy with this finding, though, even though he didn't exactly look very happy. Did he look happy to you? No one, absolutely no one who sets out on a journey to prove how special they are comes back with findings that say, no, you are just like everybody else, is going to be happy. This was literally a failed trip. I mean, the only person that looks happy to me here is this white lady. She looks like she's happy to find out that he didn't find out that they were special. She's like, thank God. How would I have explained this to the white folks? We are the ones who's special. They never this man to even think. Guys, don't take me seriously. I'm joking. I still find it weird that people are legit out here going on scientific endeavors to prove they are, somehow special. I still found that to be a bit weird. I mean, why would you, it comes from a place of wanting to feel better than everyone else, just going on a scientific journey, just literally to prove. I mean, this whole thing was done because he wanted to prove that the Chinese are special, like he said. He used that word. That's why I've been using the word special in this video, because that's what he used. This definitely was coming from a place of ego and the desire to be superior. I don't know what this quest is for wit and for superiority. It's just crazy. I would never get why people want to be superior, plus just wanting to prove that you are not from Africa like every other person. It's just like, I understand in disassociation. I mean, I see how you guys act in your country. Scientifically, you just want to make sure you nip it at the bud, like just crush it. There is no connection. You don't want to be connected physically, you don't want to be connected genetically, you just don't want to at all. I mean, well, we see how that turned out for you now, though. If only they feel the exact same way about our resources, would it not be nice? Like, if only they hate our resources just like they hate Africa, just like they hate wanting to think, feel, or believe or accept the fact that genetically you are from here. If only they feel the exact same way. They hate Africa and don't want to have anything to do with the continent and the people from the continent until it comes to our resources. I just wish I was close to this man to ask him. So now, after your findings, how you said how you felt that the Chinese were special. Do you still feel that way now after your findings? Because I really want to know. Do you guys think he still feels like the Chinese are special? Because he felt like they were special because they, evolved independently in China. But now that's not true. Do you think he still feels like they're special? Or that special stuff now, the special sauce is gone? And I know it must have been a very sad day for him when he found this whole thing, when the results came out. But anyways, whatever, guys. I just went to have fun with this one. I've been laughing. I've been laughing since I saw this video.
I'm going to cut it here, but look on the other side. It says Black history. Ancient Black Chinese and Asians were dark-skinned. So you guys can check that out if you want to. I'm not gonna play it. So let me get on out of here. Go to the next one. This one is Asian American students and their parents freaking out over affirmative action and wanting Black people to save them. We're not doing that. You own your own, motherfucker. Own your own. You got anything you want to say, brother Eli?
If Ivy Anita is watching this, tell her I marry her.
Okay.
I love her.
Yeah. She's good.
Yeah. She's point. Her too, Niasim. Man, we following the same stuff, man. I love Niasim too.
Right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me go to the next one.
Uh-huh.
So we're going to take it in 9-minute block. Hold on.
Hope you all are doing great. So according to the New York Times, the students for fair admission, they go on that ended affirmative action, right, across the U.S. They're threatening that to sue Princeton and Yale, Duke for their illegal non-compliance with the Supreme Court ruling, right? Now, let me tell us this. You see, anti-Blackness is a detriment to all marginalized groups because this is something that they have refused to understand. No matter how we tell you people, no matter how we try to scream and actually allow you people, you all always feel like Black people probably they have a lot to say or they always want to be everywhere because Black women most especially want you people not to go ahead with that. Well, you all thought that we are the most benefited when it comes to affirmative action, forgetting that white women are. And then you all, they pushed you all to do it. And you all went ahead to do what you did, right? So all this while they've been pushing you all or using you all as pawns, using you all also against your own interests because right now you all can see the decline that is happening. I know you all are running helter-skelter because you all are looking for a way out. You know what? Black people will not be helping you all this time around, and Black people will be sitting this one out. Let's get into this video.
Asians, how y'all feeling right now? Come on, it's okay. It's okay. How y'all feel that y'all acceptance rate has dropped? Y'all had a white man trick y'all into filing a lawsuit to get affirmative action taken away from basically everywhere, that your school acceptance rate could go up because you felt like you were smarter than Black folks. And that shit dropped. And not only did it drop, Black folks stayed the same. Y'all let a white man trick y'all into some shit. Y'all let that imaginary tether to the proximity of whiteness fuck y'all up. Baby, they wanted to get y'all asses out the way. Y'all were fucking up their acceptance rate. It's funny because y'all got played. And we sit right here still getting the same acceptance rate. And now y'all filing a lawsuit because y'all shit dropped. You can't make this shit up. I just want to know how y'all are doing. Are y'all okay? Who y'all finna sue next? The air?
The best side hustle to do in 2024 is to get a fully remote online job that takes 2 hours a day to do.
Air? What, the United States Postal Service? Maybe your application didn't make it there. What is y'all excuse now? Asians?
Something for you.
We try to tell y'all. According to the New York Times, the Students for Fair Admissions, the group behind the lawsuit against Harvard that officially ended affirmative action across the U.S., has threatened to sue Princeton, Yale, and Duke for their alleged non-compliance with the Supreme Court's ruling. So I went to the New York Times article to see what the hell is going on, right? The group Students for Fair Admissions has focused on 3 universities, Princeton, Yale, and Duke, where there were notable declines in Asian American enrollment this year compared with the last year, which the group says defied expectations. Defied what expectations? On Tuesday, Students for Fair Admissions sent letters to schools questioning whether they were complying with the rules made by the Supreme Court. Princeton, Duke, and Yale also saw minor differences in Black and Hispanic enrollment in the first class of students amid since the court struck down race-conscious admissions. So the same group who went out of their way to get rid of affirmative action across the United States because it's race-based is now trying to sue 3 schools saying that they're not allowing certain races into their school. That was the whole purpose of the affirmative action, to make sure that the playing field was equal. But no, y'all wait and listen to the white supremacist dude. He took y'all all the way to the Supreme Court. Y'all got rid of affirmative action because of your anti-Blackness, and now you're realizing it's going to happen to you. See, a lot of people don't understand. When Black people have an equal playing field, every other race, including white women, have an equal playing field. But you let that white supremacist man trick y'all motherfuckers, and now you're seeing the consequences of getting rid of affirmative action. It didn't just help Black people. It helped all marginalized, but especially helped white women. But now you're trying to sue off of discrimination? We tried to tell y'all. I'm going to jiggle my ass. Keep thinking that they care about y'all. They don't give a shit. They put y'all in this hierarchy and it went to your heads. And now you are reaping the consequences of your anti-Blackness. Anti-Blackness is bad for everyone, not just Black people. Again, when the playing field is level, it is equal for Black people, it is equal or even better for everyone else. It's just a fact. But I'm laughing my ass off. Good luck. We try to tell y'all. Yale and Duke, where there were notable declines in Asian American enrollment this year.
I want you to go back and watch my sister Mia's video, the whole thing. Watch it all the way through.
Listen, Kenny, listen. One of your own.
Asian community. Yeah. You. People that look like me. Okay? We need to start listening to Black women because they're right.
We have to stop being used as pawns for white supremacy. Okay? Because look at this. Look at what happened. Came back and bit us in the ass, didn't it? Because we didn't fucking listen. Didn't listen. Some of us knew that it was a ploy, a trick. You know, they're going to use us and say, oh, we accept you. You're the chosen ones. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. They don't give two shits about us either. So, you need to listen up. As minority groups, we need to stand strong together. We need to stop being tricked by white supremacy. Okay? Because there's a lot of us that knew exactly what would happen. Yeah. We knew that the outcome would be this. So Asian community, wake the fuck up. Wake up.
It's too late now.
Yale, Princeton, and Duke have been threatened with a lawsuit over the decline in Asian American enrollment since the removal of affirmative action. If you're new here, this page is dedicated to the shared experiences of Black college students and grads from HBCUs to PWIs. The numbers that the team is pressed about. Duke went from having 35% of Asian American students enrolled to 29%. Yale went from having 30% of students enrolled to 24%. Princeton went from having 26% of Asian American students enrolled to 23.8%. What do you think the Black enrollment is at each of these schools? Black enrollment has remained just about the same. And so when we are talking about a decrease in Asian American student enrollment, how is it that Black student enrollment is taken away? Like the math is not mathing. They don't have a problem with the fact that 40%.
Hold on. I got some noise coming through. Hold on. Sorry about that. You got some noise coming through. Hold on.
50% of students are enrolled at colleges that accept legacy admissions. Legacy admissions based on the history of this country, who are predominantly white. They don't have a problem with legacies benefiting from a system.
Are you listening, Kenny?
Legacy admissions at these universities, they're honing in on a small percentage of Black students who are enrolled at these universities and saying the Black students are taking our spots, as opposed to looking at where a majority of the admissions are coming from. I'll never forget, because I went to the University of Georgia, predominantly white institution. I remember being in a class and having the dreaded conversation about affirmative action with my peers, and then saying like, hey, I don't think this is right because you're taking the spot of a friend who was more qualified than you to be at this institution. Okay, so you think I took your friend's spot, but we just got our test scores back yesterday. I got 100 on that test. What did y'all get? I saw some of the papers come back with 50s and 60s, etc., but I don't deserve to be here. Maybe you took your friend's spot. How about that? Because you're flunking, you're frying bacon in the back of a classroom, you're getting the answers to tests from your fraternity or sorority, and I'm sitting here studying because I don't have access to that level of privilege. And what I want people to be honest with themselves about is not everyone is pulling themselves up to their bootstraps. Let's get rid of that American meritocracy theory of you work hard and you get X outcomes. Because some of you are not working hard, but you think your outcomes are because you worked hard. And when people don't have those same outcomes, it's not because they're not working as hard as you. It's because they don't have that same level of privilege, proximity, or luck and chance. So all I want to say is Black students at PWIs, you have earned your spot. You're going to graduate and you're going to do great things. Don't let people say that you don't deserve to be there. I'm Liz, the creator of POA, a party game celebrating Black college students and grads. Stay tuned for more content celebrating Black collegiate life, and check out this question from POA card game to try at your next game night.
As an Asian, I've always had complicated opinions about affirmative action because it always sometimes felt like we had to work harder than others to get into the right colleges. But also, as a child of immigrants, I really do believe that everyone should have a fair and equal chance to get into college. As a former high achieving Asian, this actually isn't the win for Asians as some might think it is. While removing affirmative action might increase the percentage of Asians in elite colleges, it's not going to be the opening up the floodgates that some might imagine, because even amongst Asians, there's a huge range of outcomes between those who are very ahead in school and those who are not. I think this latest decision by the Supreme Court is a loss for everyone because it really destroys the ability for people to take into account your extenuating circumstances. Even if you all end up with, the same scores and the same results, some people had to work so much harder to get there because they didn't have the necessary support and resources to help them along the way.
So this is all I got from this video, and I don't know if it's what to do or what to say or what to laugh or to smile. But the truth is that some people are very used to thinking that Black people are their problem. And this is the mindset some people really do need to get rid of. Why? Because it has cost them so many things. And the fact that some people also have refused to learn from their past mistake, right? Now, let's talk about this affirmative action. You all know that they struck out of, in fact, it started from 2023 when they felt like we are benefiting more, or like, that they deserve better, or like they just wanted to be anti-Black, right?
Yeah, I want to cut it here because she's giving her comments. There's no other person in the video, but she does a really great job. If you want to finish it up, you can do it just by looking for Asian American students and their parents freaking out over affirmative action. You want to comment, Eli?
I mean, you showing Kenny exactly what it is, man. I mean, as we dovetail back into the future, we just can show more and more and more every day why we gonna take this earth back over. I mean,
right.
Can you imagine a world without them?
Yeah, of course.
Man, we'll be
we had it before like that.
Yeah, we'll be flying, man. And I'm not talking about flying planes and stuff like that. I'm talking about you, me. You want to go to Dubai, just fly there.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't gonna take a whole day. I mean, it's just a great feeling, man, to be alive, man. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm done.
Okay. So let's go on to the next video. Now this is a minute long. It deals with an Asian woman. So let's get it started.
If we believe that the college admissions process is fair and that the results into a university having incredibly extreme racial disparities in terms of who they admit, then what you are essentially believing in is that students of certain races are naturally more talented and more qualified to enter that university. And just even saying those words aloud really shows the underlying racism associated with that. And let's just also think about how it just so happened by coincidence that the people, the students, who are less likely to enter these universities, the ones that are suffering from these racial disparities, also just happen to be from communities that have experienced the most racism in our country.
All right, that's it. Hold on. Let me go to the next one. Next one is the Supreme Court refuses to hear Asian lawsuits. So you see how this is going? You see how this is going, Kenny? You fucked up. Now you are finding out. So let's go on here and play this one.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hola, Gira. Te citamos a...
Hello, this is Lady Boulay, and I hope you're having a fabulous day. Thank you for your support. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Thank you for your thumbs up, for your comments, and thank you for sharing the videos. Thank you for all you do to support the channel. And yes, we are commanded to love one another, whether we want to or not, or whether we agree with each other or not. And today, the Asians have been back to the Supreme Court, y'all. And the Supreme Court refused to hear their lawsuit. So let's just talk about it. This is Thomas Jefferson High School, an elite rich people's school in Fairfax County, Virginia. This school specializes in STEM programs: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Asians think that they're supposed to take up all of the slots in these schools. Well, let's put it this way. Any slots that Black or Hispanic children have, Asians think they're supposed to have those slots. At least that's how they're operating. So the people at the school a few years ago decided they weren't going to look at test scores anymore. And the Asians got mad, and the administration told them they were overrepresented. This is the same thing they told them at Harvard. That's what Harvard and these other Ivy League schools have been saying. The Asians are overrepresented. Now, what does that mean? It means it's already too many of you in here. This is the graduation class for 2023. There were 1,285 Asians, 78 Blacks, 118 Hispanics, 378 whites, and 93 other unspecified race. Now, the Asians are overwhelmingly the majority in the school, but they wanted those 196 positions that were taken up by those Black and Hispanic students. They wanted all of them. They're complaining because in 2021, there were 1,299 Asians, only 32 Blacks, 55 Hispanics, 331 whites, and 88 other. Everybody's number went up in 2023 except the Asians. Theirs went down, and for the reason that I have stated. They said that the Asians are overrepresented in that school. So here they go to the Supreme Court. Trot, they go to stop the discrimination against Asians. Well, this time, the Supreme Court had a different answer. Supreme Court rejects case alleging discrimination against Asian American students in Virginia. On Tuesday, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to hear a case alleging discrimination against Asian American students in admissions at the elite Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology in Virginia. So the Supreme Court wouldn't even hear the case. What the Fourth Circuit majority held, in essence, is that intentional racial discrimination is constitutional so long as it is not too severe. Well, that's the first time I've heard that. This reasoning is indefensible and it cries out for correction, Alito argued. The percentage of white, Hispanic, and Black students increased, while the percentage and number of Asian students sharply dropped. In prior years, the offer rate for Asian American students had hovered between 65 and 75% of the school's total offers. Under the new policy, Asian Americans received 54% of the offers. In fact, even though the entering class expanded by 64 seats, the number of seats offered to Asian Americans decreased by 56. So that's the long and the short of it. The Asians want all of the seats. They want to be 75% or 85% of the school population just based on test scores. America did this to herself by pumping them up with all of these ideas about test scores, and all they're doing is memorizing a lot of facts. I'm not saying that they're not intelligent, but they're not the only students.
You hear what it is? Memorizing a lot of fucking stats and whatever. There's no creativity in just memorizing things. There's no creativity. There's no genius level like black kids do. No fucking genius level.
You know what this reminds me?
Yeah.
And intelligent, and that can do the work at that school.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Hola, Gira. Te citamos aquí para informar.
Critics argued the policy aimed to reduce Asian American representation, while supporters claimed it addressed socioeconomic obstacles. The refusal to hear the case suggests the Supreme Court is not immediately expanding on its previous decision against race-based affirmative action in college admissions. What I resent about these cases is the assumption that Black students can't do the work. The Black students can do the work, and this school has offers. It's a private school, and they select from the students they want to select from. And in the past, they had just been going by test scores, but they decided they didn't want to do that because they ended up with a school full of Asians, and you just basically got the same thing. So the Supreme Court put its foot down this time. This is a high school. This high school selects the students that they want to come. And as I said before, the Asians had been applying in huge numbers because they want to get in these schools more than anybody else. But they're basing everything on test scores. And now the system sees what a mistake it was to base everything on test scores. This was done not to discriminate against Asians, but to discriminate against Black students. These test scores were put in place to discriminate against Black students. Students that used to have to take into account admissions exam before they went to college or high school, and this was a high school. They didn't have to take into account entrance exam. They did that to discriminate against Black students, and now it's coming back to bite them in the behind because the Asians are taking a law that they passed to keep Black students out of those white Ivy League schools, and the Asians have taken that law and is basically using it against everybody. Just looking at test scores doesn't work, and it has never been a good idea because you're not allowing for students who are gifted, naturally gifted in areas that don't have anything to do with test scores. Asians are great test takers, but we don't have any examples of Asian excellence in the United States. And people say, well, we have a lot of Asian doctors. Those doctors are coming from India and China. They weren't trained in the United States. These Asian doctors trained in the United States don't have any more success than any other doctors that are trained in the United States. My point is that these Asians do well on tests, but they're not really good at putting it into practice. In the United States of America, I can't even see why anybody would doubt the genius of Black Americans when Black Americans invented the cell phone, touch-tone telephone, caller waiting, caller ID, the GPS system, and some of these machines, like the MRI machine. Black people were involved in that technology too. I mean, I cannot, it's really astounding to me with all of the accomplishments that Black Americans have made in this country that anybody would doubt that Black American students could go into a classroom and do the work, because you have to apply to that school. If you know you're not going to do the work, you don't even apply to that school. And then they'll turn around and say, well, we're going to allow for diversity. They're not doing black students any favors. Black students who are not even going to those so-called elite schools are making achievements outside of these elite colleges. Just like this young woman that has found a cure for cancer in laboratory animals that she can't get funding for. So black students don't need to go to Harvard or Yale or any elite school because those schools don't make you smart. You have to be smart when you get there. So this is what we have in America. You have to keep proving yourself over and over and over again. And these are upstart Asians are coming here talking about what they deserve based on one mechanism. And America is going to have to correct it. Okay, y'all, let me know what you think about this. These Asians going back to court again. Thank you for listening. Subscribe to the channel, give me a thumbs up, leave a comment, share the video, and as always, have a great day.
All right, let's see what's up. It's 2015. Well, we're going to play it all the way through. And if we or you or I find a need to stop it, we'll stop it. But what do you think so far as us dealing with the issue that Kenny Zhu and his cohort have really stumbled over bullshit, that they made a deal with the devil, the white man, and getting rid of the very thing that helped them, that the gods of the earth, black man and woman, have put in place for everybody. What are your comments about that?
Well, as far as most people, not all, of course, but most people cannot give us props if they don't know the real history. And that's what we're here for, to let people know that the technology that we see today is just a recycling of what always was. These things have been in existence for so long. And when you look at pictures from long ago, you can get indicators of some of what I just said. Now, right. It could be open for interpretation that if you see a rotating vessel in the skies and pictures in pyramids or in the hieroglyphs somewhere or something like that, that's up to you to believe or not. I'm not telling you that it was a flying saucer. I'm telling you that those pictures exist. And, you know, why would they put that there if it wasn't what it actually was? I mean, the rest of the pictures, the veracity of the credibility is not questioned. So why would we question that in particular? Now, with that said, like I said before, a minute ago, we just going more and more back to being who we are. Like I said, I call it back to the future. And none but lovingness. I don't know the guy that you have the dispute with, Kenny. So I would just tell him, look at the body of work that we presented just tonight and make up your mind. Why not find out how long your people have really been here? Where were you during Pangea and Atlantis and Lemuria and all those places? Were you there, or were your great ancestors there? We're talking 30 and 40 and 50,000 years ago now. We're not talking about yesterday, 1560 and all. No, we're talking about going way back, bro. So
yeah, where there was only black folks on the planet.
Thank you. And that's the way it's soon going to be again.
Yeah, I mean, I see that. It's just a matter of time. The universe is cleaning things up. So let me go on to the next one, then we'll make a speed move and we'll be right back.
Maybe we'll start with this. Were you surprised at the end of it, at the Supreme Court's decision?
I was not surprised by the Supreme Court's decision. The plaintiffs were accusing Harvard of discriminating against Asian American applicants in particular by using really kind of subjective measures of sort of individual, personal types of traits. Their allegation was that Harvard was using those kind of soft traits to basically put a cap on how many Asians they, they might admit from year to year. So it's a very tiny piece in a way of affirmative action in a broader sense, right?
I think it would be good to back up a little bit and look at, okay, who's behind the case, right? Abigail Fisher. This is a person who did not get into University of Texas and essentially said, I didn't get in because of race. And kind of the implication is that basically they're letting black and brown students in. That ended up getting rejected. Didn't work. But then what happened is there's a essentially conservative legal activist named Edward Bloom who has kind of made a career out of picking up cases that align with things that he wants to push forward politically. And he'll find somebody that kind of matches up with this.
It's like he found a good match, because in the Texas case that you mentioned, that Abigail Fisher, she was a young white woman. So then I think at that time, because they lost the support, they kind of pivoted and thought, if we could get like the right people of color to sort of front the case or to be the face of the case, that we might have, like that is Blum and his operation might have better odds.
Students for Fair Admissions, which is the group in question here, they put up a website called harvardnotfair.org and started seeking people to say, hey, do you have a complaint? Would you like to complain? And of course, look at the front, Asian face slapped on the front, and basically it says, hey, did you not get into Harvard? You think it's because of race? Send us an email. What we're about to watch is, this is Kenny Xu, who is on the board of Students for Fair Admissions.
The less narrative is that if you are a white person, you're privileged, or if you're a person of color, you're oppressed. But Asian Americans inconvenience that narrative because although they're a person of color and they have experienced racism and discrimination in this country, I think the recent wave of anti-Asian attacks prove that to be completely true. They have experienced racism. They still perform at a level that is comparable to whites and even higher than whites. They inconvenience the narrative of the left because even though they're supposed to be oppressed and supposed to play victims, they actually, because of their culture and because of their educational skills and traits, are able to achieve a modicum of middle-class success in this country.
So, yes, that right there. Notice the things that he says because of culture. Like our culture, because of our cultural values, we have this success, right? And that's why, it's because of culture. And then, okay, the question then becomes, well, okay, is there somebody else who doesn't have these cultural values and they're not successful? And of course, the answer is Black people don't.
A lot of the folks who are really invested in dismantling race-based admissions, they're more recent immigrants that have been able to come to the United States because the U.S. revised its immigration policies in the 60s and let Asians in. And also because of the civil rights movement, Black freedom movement, other kinds of reforms put into place. If we have like a big takeaway from this history and then this current affirmative action issue, really it's about how the history of Black Americans and Asian Americans are so deeply interconnected. And we really can't understand one group's history without taking into account the other. There's like a very common kind of phrase that we hear a lot associated with Asian Americans, that's the so-called model minority myth or model minority stereotype. And I'm sure everybody in chat like totally would know, even if they don't know that phrase, it's just the stereotype that Asians are a certain kind of like good minority, like they work hard, they're smart, they're pretty quiet, they don't rock the boat, and they're fairly successful. They're, they kind of encapsulate that American dream of immigrants, working their way up the ladder and achieving that American dream, but that intersects also with, the fact that they're also like people of color or minorities, and so that particular mythology of about Asian Americans really came out, was a really recent invention from like the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Before that, Asians were completely despised. In fact, ordinary Americans and policymakers just wanted to really banish them or exclude them, completely shut them out from
Now, are you saying that, Brother Elias, and how Chinese were being depicted? Just fucking ridiculous. And the motherfucker, just the modern Chinese young man by the name of Kenny Zhu, just sorely forgotten about the treatment that the Chinese received from white people. Amazing.
How old is Kenny?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, okay, yeah.
How
Let me I will finish and then we'll comment.
I just wanted to ask how old he was.
Yeah, absolutely.
You say what now?
I just was asking how old is he? What age group?
How old? I think he's in his late 20s, early 30s, somewhere around there.
Oh, come on, man. He's a baby, man.
Yeah, he ain't got no, he doesn't know any better. He doesn't know any better. So let's finish this up and then we'll go to the next.
Yeah.
You can't come in, you can't become a naturalized citizen, you can't marry white folks, you can't own property, shut out of lots of different, hundreds of different kinds of jobs. And so it's pretty grim. It's kind of like the West Coast cousin of Jim Crow, in California and Oregon and Washington and so forth. And so things are pretty tough for Asian immigrants, really until that 1940s World War II tipping point. And so in that really kind of this moment of great upheaval in American society, the racial order kind of gets reshuffled. The U.S. is aspiring to become this global leader. It's fighting these wars in the name of freedom and democracy. And so racism, racial segregation looks kind of like bad for the brand. And so in this moment, this new story about Asian Americans emerges as, again, being these kind of hard workers, good Americans, loyal, patriotic. And then by the 1960s, as the Black freedom movement is really heating up, and it becomes very clear, even after the passage of the Civil Rights Act and Voting Rights Act in 1964-65, that those laws alone will not solve this really troubling and deep-rooted problem of racial discrimination against Black people. And that's where the model minority kind of story that kind of really takes off, because then it becomes a way for people to say, oh, either liberals to say, oh, we can look to Asians as like a potential model of a solution for solving the problems of anti-Black racism, or the conservatives sort of jump on the bandwagon and kind of redirect it to say, oh, Black people, they should, they should just take the lesson. Like they should learn from Asians. Why are you making all this noise and making these demands on the government? The problem is you. The problem is not us.
Right. Yeah. I think these were conversations that are happening in the 50s and 60s, which is clearly there's not an issue of racism or discrimination here, because we have a minority that is doing just fine. Big square quotes on the just fine.
Yeah.
And so what are you complaining about? All the other groups, why don't you just go be more like them?
Exactly. If we backtrack to World War II, Black Americans at the time had a campaign they called like a double V campaign. So they wanted victory abroad and victory at home. This idea of fair employment that is like to open up that opportunity pipeline for Black workers in industry really takes hold. These different agencies in the executive branch, including some Asian American staff members, they start to formulate the early beginnings of affirmative action policy. And so it really begins with trying to open up opportunities for employment. And I think that's what we lose sometimes, and fixating on like admissions to Harvard, that really just affects such a tiny percentage of Americans, right? But the stakes are so much bigger in terms of, employment and sort of other kinds of opportunities.
This discussion's happening in chat, and I think it's important. You'd be remiss not to bring it up, and I'd love for you to dive into this, Ellen. The idea of a monolith, right? What does that mean? Like, how does that affect this? How are people using those words to really push a narrative, right?
Okay, yeah. So a monolith is sort of like, so putting everybody in the same bucket, right? And assuming everybody in the bucket is exactly the same or pretty close. And so I think one of the, again, kind of unintended or ironic outcomes of civil rights policy and affirmative action policy is that groups have to be put in certain sort of buckets, based on racial identity. And that was because in order to kind of prove and track and correct racial discrimination, there had to be a way to sort of metric system in a way, right? Like you have to kind of document it and be able to kind of count it and sort of fix it. And so, before, in the 1960s, there was a small movement of Asian, we would call them today Asian Americans, Chinese, Japanese, and Filipino Americans, who came together, called themselves really, in a lot of ways, for the very first time as Asian Americans, and soon included other folks like Samoans, Chamorros, Southeast Asians, but they started to call themselves Asian Americans. And at that time, it was a very intentional sort of political identity. It was, they had a very anti-racist worldview, and they were actually anti-imperialist. They were the two inspirations for the Asian American movement of the 60s and 70s were Black Power and the anti-war movement, like anti-Vietnam, Southeast Asian wars. And that, because of this kind of emerging affirmative action policies in federal government, and then later like in corporations and universities, they start to organize themselves as Asian Americans and really push for affirmative action for Asian Americans, resources for Asian Americans, et cetera, et cetera. Their numbers were very small then, so I think strategically coming together as Asian Americans in one kind of monolithic label made sense because there were just so few of them. But the population has exploded since the 1960s and 70s, and it's like super diverse today. It's over 20 million people, and it's diverse in every way that you could think, not just socioeconomically or culturally, but ideologically, well, many different kinds of political positions.
And another thing that people talk about in chat also is class is huge in this, right? And I think there's this whole series of questions that I think this ruling ends up. It's not quite addressing them, I don't think, because we're talking about Harvard, people who are elite, who go to the elite institution to create more elite carbon copies of themselves for the most part. Like a few more people of a certain background going to Harvard, a few less people going to Harvard. Is that going to make America a good place to live? Is that going to improve the lives of most Americans? I think probably not, but it seems like we're so hyper-focused on that, right?
I think it's regrettable in a lot of ways that really what we need to expend our energy on is a much broader sort of, frame of these big questions of fairness, equality, and opportunity, and how it will have the widest reaching impact. I mean, if you're applying to Harvard, even if you don't get in, I'm pretty sure you'll be getting into some other fancy school, so that's not going to be a problem. Yeah. It's a self-selecting group. But, there are lots of Asian Americans who go to community colleges, and lots of Americans of all races for that matter. Our public schools certainly, need to be better funded and our teachers better paid. I think our energies ought to be more focused on these sort of more, I think, in a way that is more democratic and equitable, the kinds of education policies that would, again, widen that opportunity pipeline for the person.
That's actually a really good question. Who wins here? If the argument was that Asian Americans are being discriminated against, at Harvard specifically, right? We're talking about a specific case. Well, if that was happening, that is being removed, then do Asian Americans win here?
I personally do not think it's a victory for Asian Americans. I think it's like the opposite, actually, because I think it's really undermined a lot of important, really decades of coalition work that Asian Americans have put in a lot of effort into supporting, kind of working with other communities of color and to build a stronger democracy, and a more welcoming society where everybody actually feels like they belong and have a shot at the good life. It's a setback for Asian Americans, but the silver lining for me is that it in some ways really shows, in some ways it goes against the model minority myth, because part of the model minority myth is all about how Asians keep quiet, they put their heads down, they don't engage. But what we have actually seen is Asian Americans
investing and mobilizing on both sides of the affirmative action debate.
Sure,
And really just sort of as political actors. So it does show us that, Asian Americans are not like apolitical, but that actually we care deeply, not only about education, it's not just getting into Harvard, but it's like, climate change, it's healthcare, it's the whole gamut of things. And I really hope that other people understand that Asian Americans, that we do care about this country. We are politically sort of active, and it's we're a community that has a lot of potential if we can kind of harness it for the greater good.
All right, you heard her. Any thoughts, bro? Elias, any thought?
I'm sorry, brother. Nature called. My apologies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was listening though. I heard what she was saying, and brother, like I've been telling you, everybody's being played right now because and the proof in the pudding is, and I'm sorry if I'm going back there, but this to me, before I go there, let me go here. This to me is like women who have children with men. The man makes some money, so she want X amount of money a month, and she get it. And then 7 years later, this guy's just getting richer and richer. She want to change the deal, and when she take it to court, they give her a third of what she was getting before she asked to have it increased, because he protected his assets. He's no longer incorporated under his own self. He's incorporated under a corporation, which is a person. Corp in Latin, Spanish, Italian, all the Latin languages means body. It doesn't care what kind of body it is. It's a body of people who form a board, and it's a living, functioning person. And so these people get slick, and 50 Cent is a prime example of what I'm talking about. So anyway, getting back to what the sister, the Asian lady was saying, like an Asian lady said maybe an hour ago on the show, you got to start listening to these black women, because like I said, they know how it is to fake, or women, because there was a survey taken some years ago that said easily 25 to 30% of all the children born in this country to a father who thinks he's the father is not really the father if they took tests.
Right.
And so what I'm saying is, so we knew these people were going to get played. They thought they were honorary crackers. They effed around and they found out. Nothing much else to say to that, brother.
All right. Well, we'll go on to the next one. That's a good comment. We'll go on to the next one.
Now, remember when the Students for Fair Admissions took the case all the way up to the Supreme Court saying Asians were not getting into universities because of black people, and this because of affirmative action, Asians not getting in the universities, and unqualified black people are getting in over us, and so fine. They got rid of affirmative action in college admission. Well, guess what happened? So the numbers are slowly starting to come out. And it's not working out for those in the Asian. Let's check out what our sister put together.
So Yale, Princeton, and Duke have been threatened with a lawsuit over the decline in Asian American enrollment since the removal of affirmative action. The numbers that the team is pressed about: Duke went from having 35% of Asian American students enrolled to 29%. Yale went from having 30% of students enrolled to 24%. Princeton went from having 26% of Asian American students enrolled to 23.8%. What do you think the Black enrollment is at each of these schools? Black enrollment has remained just about the same. And so when we are talking about a decrease in Asian American student enrollment, how is it that Black student enrollment is taking away? Like the math is not mathing. They don't have a problem with the fact that 40% of students are enrolled at colleges that accept legacy admissions. Legacy admissions based on the history of this country who are predominantly white. They don't have a problem with legacies benefiting from a system. So instead of looking at the legacy admissions at these universities, they're honing in on a small percentage of Black students who are enrolled at these universities and saying the Black students are taking our spots, as opposed to looking at where a majority of the admissions are coming from.
It's kind of like right now with the DJ Khaled thing. Congratulations, you played yourself. That's exactly what it is. See, y'all did all that to hurt Black people, to hurt God's children. You understand? And you did that to hurt God's children. And the same people, the same man that was with you, Edward Bloom, you see his community is getting into those universities a whole lot more now. Legacy admissions, which is predominantly white. Instead of you having an issue with legacy admissions, you had an issue with Black students. And Black students who get into these colleges and universities earn their way because as Black Americans, nobody gives us anything. And even if they did give them a shot, they still had to do it. They still had to pass their classes to graduate. They wasn't just giving them anything for free when they get in there, right? So you played yourself. See, you tried to use racism. That's what you're using. You thought you was going to team up with the folks to be against us. And in the end, you teamed up with the folks to hurt yourself. See, affirmative action was actually helping the Asian community way more than the Black community, as we can see. And now since affirmative action has been taken away, now you're threatening a lawsuit. That's another thing that's coming up. You're threatening a lawsuit about Asians enrollment going down. You can't say nothing about race anymore. See what happens about that? So your lawsuit will be thrown out because it's not race-based anymore. It's merit-based. And see what happens with merit. See, the reason why you had to have an affirmative action, because those people, the folks, don't know how to be fair with people, so they had to put laws in place to make them be fair. If you take away the laws that Black Americans fought for to keep things equal and fair for the most part, you take them away, these people do what they normally do, enact their racism, and they're going to put themselves in those spots way over. They're going to put a Black, an Asian, Hispanic, or whatever else. So you played yourself, and I'm glad. And I hope the white folks keep bringing in more legacy admissions in there. I hope they do, because that's what you fought for. You fought for more legacy admission, which is predominantly white. And I don't know why you feel that you deserve to be in these universities. Who y'all supposed to be? That's a question I want to know. If you demanding so much about being somebody else's university, why don't you do like what Black Americans have done? Create a historically Asian college and university. Create your own university. Create a HACU. Create that. And then all y'all can go to your own university. Black folks do it all the time with HBCUs. So why don't you create that? I'm just saying, because you're demanding to be in certain universities, like, I have the grades. I demand I should be at Yale over that Black girl over there, or that Black man, Black over there. How you figure? How do you figure? You got to compete like everybody else compete. And let me tell y'all something, whether you think so or not, some Black people are better than you. Some of them are. Some of them got better grades than you. I know you think all Black people not smart as you are. Oh, we have a lot of brothers and sisters that's very smart in this Black community. And they got better grades than you. And one thing I know about Black Americans, if they're at Yale and if they're at Harvard, or if they're at Brown, or any of those universities like that, they deserve to be there. Because nobody gives a Black person a chance. We have to be 10 times better than anybody else in this country to get even a little bit. So why don't you put some respect on a Black student's name? Understand? Black people ain't whining and crying about anything. We're sitting up there trying to fight and get our way in and get the education we need. And who's to say, just because you got a degree from Yale or Harvard or Princeton or whatever, that you're going to get a career? You can go to a college in your state. Like I'm in Texas, you can go to the University of Texas, University of Houston, and do real good there and have a great career. You don't have to go to no freaking Yale or Harvard or whatever just to have an education, please. But y'all played yourself. That's good. I'm glad it happened that way for y'all. Maybe next time, stop trying to undermine laws that my ancestors fought for. Because see, y'all would actually have more people in school right now because of that affirmative action. I told y'all, it wasn't going to hurt Black Americans for that affirmative action to go away. It's going to hurt these other groups. And now they're starting to see it.
Well, he ain't lied. So, and this is the one. There we go. We're going to take a 10-minute in pieces where he talks about the intelligence of white people and Asian people. They're the same. They're at the same level. They're only one step up from the monkey. So here we go. And I'll be right back. All right.
The prominent figure in the study of African history is groundbreaking research and dedication to uncovering the rich and diverse histories of African people have left an indelible mark on the field. But who is he, and what makes his work so significant? Let's find out. Pay attention.
In a book called The Mark of Oppression. And these two publishers, Gardner and Oversee, said that they could not understand how is it that a group of people, African Americans, have been bludgeoned over their heads mentally and spiritually for hundreds of years and are still surviving. They couldn't understand it. And they said so in their book. The answer came out in 1996, why it is that not only have African Americans survived the worst mental and spiritual bludgeoning of any people in recorded history, but they are becoming champions of everything in which there is a level playing field. No matter what it is, we predominate in every field. This is why they won't teach our children African history, because they know that once our children get on the same level playing field as their white counterparts, that they will dominate just like we dominate in basketball, baseball, football, track and field, and anything else in which there is a level playing field. So that while they teach their children about the greatness of their European ancestors, they won't teach our children about the greatness of their African ancestors, because then that would be a level playing field in academia. And they know that we will predominate, just like all of these examples we've given them, that our children predominate when they know who they are from the African historical point of view. Now, here's what I found out in 1996. A group of geneticists wrote this book.
Listen.
Geneticists.
Can you identify where they're from, the group, how it came about?
Yeah, okay. All right, sure. Yes, indeed. As an organization is called the American Association for the Advancement of Science. The American Association for the Advancement of Science. Now, this organization is composed of people who study about DNA and the genome. And you've been reading about the DNA and the genomes. Well, this group of scientists came upon an idea by accident and at first that different groups of people had different numbers of DNA series. Now, a DNA series means that when your DNA is located and say they get a hair from your head and you're subjected to certain tests, they say, well, this is the DNA of Minister Brown, and yours is different from everybody else in the world, all right? Then they found further that not only are their DNA series different, but the number of DNA in there are different in different groups. Whites have a different number of DNA, and blacks have a different number of DNA series. Apes have a different number of DNA series. Then they found this amazing thing. that the greater the number of DNA series, the smarter the person, the group is, the greater the probability of genius within that group. So they tested the orangutan, these 15 geneticists from around the world. Now, these geneticists came from 9 different universities, and we have here on the cover of the pamphlet they put out the names of these geneticists. And you can see them right there, right beneath the title of this pamphlet. Now, this pamphlet, most people have no idea what it means. But breaking it down, and after you study it and have it explained to you by a geneticist, a trained geneticist, you will find that they're talking about DNA series. Now, here are the names of these 15 geneticists from around the world: University of Japan, University of China. Yale University is the headquarters of this organization called the American Association for the Advancement of Science.
Now, did you hear me say University of China, University of Japan, Yale University? Let's continue.
You see it down there. Now, this was copyrighted in 1996. All right. What it said is this, and this is the mind-blowing part. It said that when they tested the orangutan, they found out he only had 3 DNA series. When they tested the gorilla, they found that the gorilla has 4 DNA series, but he's a little smarter than the orangutan. They tested the chimpanzee, which is an ape, and found that he had 5 DNA series. Then they went all into the different places of the world. They went into Europe and tested the DNA series of the English, the French, the German, the Spanish, the Russians, and found they had 6 DNA series. Then they put all of this, what they found from around the world, on a map. And this map really is called the intelligence map of the world, because they tested 116 different human groups and found their DNA series number. All of them, all over the world, have 6. And they put the numbers in form of a little flag that you can see on this map. These little flags have a color. And they show, oh, this is upside down. I'm sorry. Yeah. And they show that the English have only 6, and all into Europe, only 6. Went over into Japan and China, they only have 6. Over into America, which is predominantly European, and they only have 6. Then they came into Africa. And they came to the part of Africa. Now, all the rest of them, they put in little flag colors. Those flag colors are orange, red, if you notice. But when they came to Africa, found out that the African people have 9 DNA series, from here just below the Songhai Empire down to the foot of Africa. All those 10 nations, of which African Americans descended from one of them. We have 9 DNA series, the greatest possibility of genius in our group. Now it's answered this age-old question: how can a people survive being told they're nothing for 400 years, never allowed to learn that they came from beautiful cities, and told they came from a jungle? How could a people survive? How can a people become champions in everything they touch because they have 9 DNA series, while the rest of the world has only 6. This is why they copyrighted this. You notice outside of this, that this map is taken. I took this map right from this page here, and I blew it up so that the world could see it. Even though this is copyrighted, I can't let you have this book because it's copyrighted. The title of the book is called Global Patterns of Linkage, Disequilibrium at the CD4 locus and Modern Human Origins. Global Patterns of Linkage, Disequilibrium at the CD4 locus and Modern Human Origins. Now you have to be a geneticist to even know what they're talking about. But when we broke it down and interviewed Dr. Kidd, the head, he's the chairman at Yale University. We broke it down into plain, everyday English so that the world would know that the African American is descended from those people who gave to the world the Great Pyramid, gave to the world science, gave to the world mathematics. A black man named Ahmose gave algebra to the world 3,700 years ago. It's in the world books, it's in the encyclopedias. They don't want our children to know this, because then that would make the playing field level for white children. And you know what happened when they made the playing field level in basketball and allowed black men to play. Out of 29 of the top seeded players in the world today, 28 are African American. When they opened up the Penn relays, when they opened up the Olympics and allowed blacks to run back in 1932, we won all the gold medals. And the same thing will happen in the classroom when they allow our children to learn their African history.
This is deep. This is deep. Well, what do you think so far?
Man, there's not much to say, bro. I mean, everything is self-explanatory. I'm listening, and we spilling tea on Kenny.
Yeah.
We spilling all the tea, bro.
All right, let's continue. We're about to wrap it up. Let's continue. Oh.
That's what this is saying.
Dr. Rouse, are you saying that the African also has strands?
I am saying that we are descended from the West Africans who have 9 DNA series on this map. That these geneticists, you see the green down there? Well, that's where we're from. That's where African Americans are from.
Did they test African?
They couldn't. They tested Americans as a group, whites, and they have 6. They didn't test African American because they know that we are the same people from West Africa.
So they didn't have to.
They didn't have to.
Okay, that's true.
That's true.
How is it that you think that this evolved all 9 strands?
9.
Below the Sahara.
Well, it tells you in here. This book tells why. Preemie babies, they leaving the mother's womb too early, never develop to the same height that a baby that runs a full term. Right? White folk, the Chinese, all mankind arose in Africa. All mankind arose in this part of Africa, right here. It's called the womb of Africa. That's the womb of Africa. No. That's Kenya. Yeah, that area. All mankind arose there. The great granddaddy, the white folk, great granddaddy, the Chinese, great granddaddy, the Japanese, our great granddaddy, all of us look the same. All look like apes. That was called Australopithecus. I don't know how technically you want me to get. Australopithecus was the granddaddy, great great granddaddy of all races. Now, they left the womb 800,000 years ago. Whites left the womb and wandered up into Europe, and the Chinese wandered over into Asia. And they left the womb before they were fully developed. That's why they did not develop melanin like we. Those of us who stayed developed full term. They never developed the melanin stimulating hormone. This is why we're the only race on the planet that does not have headlights in our hair. Headlights, they're little bugs.
With this new AI technology, you can
Yeah, he's
generate
spelling all
unlimited
the T's.
children's storybook
Hold
videos
on.
in minutes. Even if you
Now, one thing I don't agree with him is that all of humanity started in Africa. It's not like you had the white race went into Europe. That's not true. You had the Asian race went into Asia. That's not true. What happened was that these goddamn genetically recessive albino that came along that fucked up everything about 4,000 years ago. That's what happened. People who go into colder climate, these motherfuckers are still black. Like the Eskimos, like the this, like the that. I explained it and proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt in my book. Blows all that bullshit explanation out the water. Well, let's continue.
We're the only race on the planet because we developed full term. We lost our straight hair, that animal hair, over 150,000 years ago. You see, all other races have headlights because they never developed fully. Melanin is this magical chemical that is developed on the 5th layer of the epidermis of your skin.
Hold on, a lot of noise.
Brainwashed to believe that the less melanin you have, the prettier you are, because that's the brainwash. That's like saying a naked person is prettier than a person with beautiful clothes on. If you get what I was trying to say, the scenario, yeah. Melanin heals when you cut yourself. The melanin rushes to the surface of the skin and forms a scab. What color is that scab? I don't care what color. Brown, dark brown. That's the melanin coming up to heal you. This is why we do not get skin cancer, because of the melanin prevention. The only place where we can get skin cancer, we learned it in the Nicaraguan days, is the palm of the hand and the fingers. And I can't believe we'd be putting our hand up to the sun to get skin cancer. 2 million years ago, Australopithecus, that's all was on Earth, the great great granddaddy of all human beings. And he was there about 3 DNA series. And then as the millions of years went on, he evolved into what is known as Homo erectus. He had about 3.5 DNA series. He's about the level of the orangutan. If you look at the orangutan today, you can see what our ancestors looked like 2.5 million years ago. But he had the same golden hair as Europeans' hair right today. The orangutan. You've heard of the orangutan over there in India?
The orangutan is not our ancestor.
Now, maybe this is a little too rough for your audience, and you're going to get bombarded out of your place and space, because white folks don't like to hear this at all. So, as the hundreds of thousands of years went by, we acquired, all mankind acquired more and more. But those who left Africa 800,000 years ago did not get past 6 DNA series. They had left the womb. The womb is Africa. That's where you develop.
Dr. Edward Robinson was born with a passion for history and mission to tell the stories of Africa from African perspective. His journey into the world of academia began at a young age, driven by a deep curiosity about his heritage and a desire to challenge existing narratives. Robinson pursued his higher education at some of the most prestigious institutions, earning his doctorate in African history.
Well, he's doing it a minute, less than a minute, really. No, 2 minutes. So we're gonna cut it because he's just giving his little comment. So, oh, you know what? I'm gonna play this one. This is 25 minutes. I'm getting a little late here.
Yeah, we're not gonna do another 25 minutes, bro.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, but people can go and take a look at this post. Affirmative action. Asian American families are more stressed than ever about college admission. It's basically saying the same thing, you know what I mean? So you can get the gist of what has been said just by that. Hold on, It's basically the same. But when I do it, I want to make sure that I'm giving more than what is needed to prove my point. With Kenny and the Asian community shitting on black folks, and y'all ain't even trying to get and go after white folks. I mean, you just have all kind of respect for white folks. The legacy admission and the donor admission, you don't say shit about that, but you want to look at us and say that we're taking your shit. They're the one who's taking it. It's like a man that got all the water in the world sitting at the table, behind the table, sitting. You got the black community and Asian community sitting next to each other, and he brings out a 5-gallon bottle of water, telling you, well, we don't have any more. And so the Asian community think that, and he gives that bottle of water to the black community. He said, well, that bottle of water belongs to me. We did better. We smarter. We did it. The longer they can find a way to disrupt the peace and cause havoc, the white man will do that. And this is where we're getting this from. Because he has all the water, but we're fighting over something that don't need to be fought over. What we need to do is beat his ass and take what he got, because he took it illegally. So hold on. Now this one is 8 minutes. We're gonna play this one, then we'll be right back. Hold on, let me see what that one. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting kind of late because I really don't want to. I'll probably play 2 of these. But I think you think we did a bountiful point.
I believe so. I mean, you even had Asian people saying the same things we're saying. So I mean, some people know. We now have the experience of having 2 and 3 generations of people who came from China after World War II here. So they're more Americanized. And if they're able to look outside of their community and see it for what it is, not what you were taught when your parents came here in the 50s and 60s. I'm talking about who you are and what you see. And of course, because you have black friends now, you're in the universities and in the big cities and so on and so forth. If you're a truther, you're going to tell the truth.
Right.
Black women and Philip Scott and a few other people on the panel were saying those things. We
Right,
told them
right.
this was going to happen over and over. It wasn't like one or two people. Almost everybody said this, you know, those who had access to that ideology and so on and so forth. Being that that's a college thing and we're out of the college age, I wasn't aware of it until it actually happened. The case got decided. Yeah.
Right. Okay, well, let's play this one, and then we're going to give reference to the other one, and then we'll wrap it up. This small one, this smaller one video, this one here, where you can see the arrow, how the reversal of affirmative action harms the Asian community. The majority of Asian Americans support affirmative action, and they claim that affirmative action discriminates against it. These people, these are Asian people, Kenny, who are telling you fucked up, man. So let's roll with Phil here, and we'll be right back.
As this trial is going on about in the Supreme Court, we talk about affirmative action. There's, you know, Asian Americans at the center of it. Now, the guy that's really behind a lot of these lawsuits was the same guy that was behind the UT lawsuit, and he couldn't win the case with a white woman, so now he's trying with Asians. Unfortunately, there's some Asians that wants to side with white supremacy, and they really don't know what they're dealing with or what they're playing with. So you really think that if you get rid of affirmative action, more of them will be allowed into these particular institutions? Well, Dr. Nelly here is going to, you know, share with, you know, Asian Americans that possibly could be watching the video. Let's go ahead and roll it.
Y'all. This is a misinformed opinion, and I've got data to back up my opinion. I'm Dr. Nelly, and I am a psychology researcher, and I've been studying Asian American psychology, especially subtle forms of bias in higher education and workplaces for at least the last decade and a half. My work was cited in the UT Austin Supreme Court affirmative action case, and I'm also a signer on an amicus brief for the current Supreme Court affirmative action case. It's important to remember that when we're talking about affirmative action, we're asking for holistic admissions policies and employment policies. Without it, most places would go for test score only admissions. So what would that do? Let's look at the data. So we're looking at a study that came out in 2021 from Georgetown University. And under SAT only admissions, which is what was normally in place prior to affirmative action, Asian American applicants to selective colleges would gain fewer than 3,000 seats out of 120,000 seats. And this was in this report. Let me show you more. Here's what people are asking for. If we use test-based merit as the singular admissions requirement, the gain for Asian American applicants would be marginal. That's not statistically significant. But on the flip side, 21% of Asian American applicants who were previously admitted affirmative action, holistic policies, would no longer qualify. People don't like to look at that. Holistic admissions helps everyone. It's not just a race-based matter. You actually have to understand what affirmative action actually is, and not just the shorthands that people are using. One of the expert testimonies that was submitted for this Supreme Court case was the UC system, and they showed how affirmative action negatively affected diversity and admissions for many groups here in California. We need to be careful here as well, because a lot of universities, and I've talked about this a lot in my other videos, a lot of universities internationalize their schools by bringing in very wealthy people from other countries, including Africa, the Middle East, Europe, and Asia. This is not who we're talking about when we're talking about affirmative action, a policy that was created for Americans disadvantaged in the US racial system. It is really disappointing that we are yet, again, as an Asian American category, being wedged between groups and used as a model minority.
So as you heard, you know, what Dr. Nelly had to say, that if you take away affirmative action, Asians would actually lose placement that they would qualify for under affirmative action. We know in the Black community that the Asian community benefits more from affirmative action than the Black community. Matter of fact, every other group benefits more from affirmative action than the Black community. So you teamed up with the white supremacists, the ones who did it. And if they take away affirmative action, you just hurt yourself. But let me tell you what's going to happen if the Supreme Court strikes down affirmative action. Because if you think it's going to only last with college-based admissions, You think it's only going to be relegated there? Oh, no, 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 no. Once the Supreme Court strikes that down, then it's going to spread to everything else. Oh, well, we shouldn't have a diversity quota anymore for jobs. Oh, we shouldn't have this for a certain program. Oh, we shouldn't, you understand what I'm saying? It's going to spread everywhere. And then when people are upset about this happening, you know what the white supremacists is going to do? Hey, it was them Asians the one that sit up there and pushed that case. It was them.
Don't skip this video. God wants to speak to you. He has chosen you. If you are watching this video, it means you have been chosen to receive unexpected money. A large amount, so large that you can share it with everyone you love. The only thing you need to do for this to become reality is to listen to the miraculous 60-second audio.
Hold on.
And then,
Them. It's not us. It was them. That's how the white supremacists act. They will put you up to do something, help you do something, and then when you get in the thick of it, they're going to back right up and they're going to say, it was you. Wasn't me. It was you. You brought the case up. Notice the media keeps saying Asian Americans, Asian, 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 Asian. So when the decision comes down, it's going to be put on your feet. Now, some Asian people have come out and say, hey, wait a minute, hold on. I don't know. I don't like what they're saying, talking about Asians. But they already saying it. Y'all in your community should be outraged and upset and going at your own about hurting you. See, what's come out in this case already is that black people who had high test scores, very high test scores, was still not admitted to these colleges. That's already come out. So it don't even matter about, oh, if you score high, you can get in. No, no, no. They're still denying black people. More Asians and whites were let in before black people with high test scores. But see, we know as black people how that works. We know. So if they in affirmative action, they're going to blame y'all, the Asian community. Everybody's going to be upset with you guys. I just see it already if that decision comes down. I see it because I know America. I know the country we're living in. I know the white supremacists. I know. When they bring it in on the job, and they just start firing black people for no reason, right? And not hiring black people too much anymore because affirmative action went away. You know who they're going to blame? The Asian community. You need to not team up with the white supremacists. The white supremacist is going to screw you over every time. See, I told every group, you need to come talk to black people when you come here. You need to ask black people how to navigate this country. And black people try to help all groups. Black people have a documented history of showing how they help the Asian community. And then you turn around and try to do this? That's not only going to harm black people, but it's going to harm you too? Like, really? This is what we doing? But let's see how it turns out. I hope it don't go the way y'all want it. But if it do, I'm prepared for that too. Because I said before, black folks should be going to the HBCUs anyway. All those black athletes that playing at these PWIs, they should be playing at the HBCU. Let the NFL, whatever, draft from the HBCUs. Because that's what end up happening. They get rid of affirmative action. They're not going to let black folks in those institutions. Because those institutions wasn't meant for black people no way. They're going to have to start going to the HBCUs. So y'all need to start opening more colleges. Because if that come up, seems like somebody say, well, it seems like we're going backwards. We're doing exactly what the white supremacists want to do. The white supremacist is not happy unless he just have, I told you, unearned privilege that he didn't work for. But the reason why the country is where it's at today, even success, is because of all the non-white people that's here that contribute. If all the non-white people in the world, in this country at least, would leave America and go elsewhere, this country would tank. Especially if black people go, it really would tank. Hell, if half of us would go, it would tank. They really think they can do everything by themselves, and they really can't. But let's see what happens with this case. I'm very interested.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think he said a mouthful there. Any thoughts, bro?
Well, it's like you read my mind or I read yours, because that's exactly what I was saying. Because from that perspective, from where he was speaking, that was before the case got decided on. And we now know the result of that because we actually started backwards and went forwards. So,
Right.
or should I say, we started at the end and moved backwards. Well, however you want to take it. All I'm just saying is that was the general take on it after the decision came down. Like, y'all should have listened to us. All y'all that, you know, came to us for advice or asked us what we think is going to happen, we told y'all. You know, y'all, some of y'all, you said it earlier, Johnny come lately. Y'all just got here en masse 60, 70 years ago.
Right.
You know, there's a song called "That's the Sound of the Police" by KRS-One.
Right.
And at the end of the song, he says, "My father had to deal with the cops. My grandfather had to deal with the cops. My great-grandfather had to deal with the cops. And then my great-great-great-great, when it's gonna stop?" So when you speak from that perspective, you've seen this 6 times already. And now, because it's them in the hot seat and trying to figure out how to navigate, you got spanked.
Right. Right. Well, let me go through the. We're not going to play them because it kind of. I was hoping I can get them all in, but it's getting kind of late. I'm getting tired. But if you're watching this video, look for Asians are threatening another lawsuit. All right, that's a very good one. And this one, the Hot Pot Boys, a couple of Asian podcast guys, they really did a good job in explaining that the Asian community and Kenny Zhu really fucked up. All right, the big dummy. So look for the affirmative action ban backfired on Asian. This one, yeah, I played this one. Okay, I think I did. It looked familiar. Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. But anyway, Asian enrollment in colleges have decreased after suing to get rid of affirmative. Yeah. Okay, so we did that. And this is another guy talking about what we always know, that the Europeans were just nasty and dirty. They didn't conquer anything. They brought their diseased ass over to the Americans every place they went and killed their counterpart.
The natives.
Right, the native indigenous population with the diseases that they carry. So if you want to take a look at that, we can make it a lot short. We were victorious because of the disease we brought along with them or with us. Right? And here I thought it was apropos to include this. You can go and type this in Chinese stereotype. You saw that in one of the videos where they talk about this one. Auto America. Yeah, you know, white folks, boy, they'll get you.
Hey, do me a favor. Play that one.
Yeah.
Go down a little bit more. You're gonna see a Family Guy one. Play that one. There you go. That one.
All right, this one.
Yeah, with the guy look like sitting on his lap or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or he's sitting on a desk. Yeah.
Is it a picture or is it a video?
No, this is just a picture. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah. But you know, it's a typical ass bullshit that white folks love to make and do. Now this one is the Black Chinese, just in case Mr. Smart Ass, Mr. Intelligent, Mr. Smart, Kenny Zhu has any doubt. The Chinese come from black people, just like the Japanese come from black people. You got your skin color, Kenny. Yeah, you look a little brown to me. I don't know if you want to admit that, but you look a little brown to me. And these are your original people, the original indigenous Chinese. All right. And even over here, you got the indigenous Japanese during World War II.
That's the Ainu?
Yeah, the Ainu. Yeah, right. You got it.
If you say it kind of fast, it sounds like half of Anunnaki to me.
Yeah, that's a good one. So yeah, that's the let me see what it says. That's the wrap on that one. So if you want to go to the page and look up Black Chinese civilization.
Right.
And then here you got Africa Resource, which gives you a lot of good Black historical facts, not fiction, not emotions, not just plain old factual information.
Right.
So it's called the AfricaResource.com. And then I was trying to find this guy. He's a rapper. He's a native-born Chinese guy, but he looked as dark as me and you. His name is Lord Moore. Yeah. So he's a dark-skinned, dark-skinned original indigenous Chinese. And you can see some of our culture has been appropriated by the Chinese. They are all into changing their hair from what it is to Afro.
Right, or dreads.
Yeah, or dreads, right.
That's big in Japan too, man. Very big.
Yeah, very true.
I seen it with my own. I'm not telling you what I think. I knew someone I was there with dreads and got the whole swagger and everything.
Right.
And
so oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Go, brother.
Now, so the funny story was that a white couple went to Japan and wanted to look and talk with a monk in Japan. So they go and trek up to the mountain, the top of the mountain, to look for the head monk. And so they waiting, and he finally comes out, dark skin like you with an afro. They were floored, man. They were like, what? You know what I mean? Well, that's white folk, man. They just dumb. That's all I mean. And here, I really like, where's she at? This lady here. We're going to take a walk down walk down the street with her. I guess, I don't know what I'm trying to, I might be too sleepy trying to come up with something. But let's listen to what she said.
So 2 important factors about MIT's 2024 enrollment data, the first class post-affirmative action ban that showed the increase in Asian American enrollment, are that MIT does not have legacy and MIT did require standardized test scores. The other colleges who had their enrollment data highlighted either had legacy and or kept their COVID era test optional policies or have made a decision to remain test optional, which is important because, as we know, so-called standardized tests are biased. So MIT was basically as close as you could get to the theoretical situation where a school's admissions policies are based solely on standardized test score and GPA. And previous research done on that showed that under those conditions, as a racial group, enrollment for Asian Americans would increase slightly, and enrollment for other students of the global majority would decrease slightly. Now remember, when talking about Asian Americans, it is imperative to disaggregate the data because not doing so is how you wind up with the model minority myth. Because what that research also showed is that increase in enrollment for Asian Americans as a racial group would not only result in a decrease in enrollment for other students of the global majority, but also a decrease in enrollment for underprivileged Asian Americans. It specifically showed that there would be a decrease in enrollment for Southeast Asian Americans, English language learners, and Asian Americans struggling with poverty. So I'm willing to bet that if we could see that disaggregated data from MIT regarding Asian American applicants and Asian American enrollment, we would see a decrease in enrollment for Asian Americans who previously benefited from affirmative action on par with a decrease in enrollment that we saw for Black Americans. And it's very important to keep in mind that the MIT data does not show that one group is more or less qualified than the other or more or less capable than the other. The legal language surrounding affirmative action prior to the travesty of the 2023 Supreme Court case was that it was a constitutionally allowable distinction made on the basis of race to address the compelling government need to remedy historical racial discrimination. And the reason why its loss is so devastating is because it was cut short before that compelling government need was ever addressed. What the MIT data does show us is that students of the global majority in the United States, Black American students in particular, are still not being allowed to compete on an playing field. Because an even playing field in education does not begin and end with how a college admissions officer treats applicants. It has to begin on day one with equity in the educational opportunities and resources that are made available to children in the United States on day one.
All right, we're gonna go to the next one. This was 2 minutes. So we're gonna run it. Hold on.
Yes, but blessed is not a word that the global majority thinks of in association with Europeans. Words like plague and colonizer, maybe, but not blessed. And the cell phone in my hand came from China. So I don't know if you're referencing Steve Jobs or Martin Cooper or the Finnish inventor who created the first pocket-sized telecommunication device in 1917, and you probably don't know either because your education system has left you terribly ignorant and without the critical thinking skills necessary to effectively gather information. Because you believe that most great inventions can be attributed to one white person, as opposed to recognizing that the patent system is how white people colonize intellectual property. We would not have cell phones if it wasn't for the creation of the gamma electrical cell by Black inventor Henry T. Sampson. And most of our cell phones would not have microphones in them if it wasn't for the particular microphone that was created by Black inventor James Edward West. Creation of the first digital network, 1G, was launched in Japan, and then Black electrical engineer Jesse Russell pioneered the creation of 2G, which launched in Finland first. 3G launched in Japan, 4G launched in Norway, 5G launched in South Korea, and 30% of the world's cell phones are manufactured in China. Because we, of the global majority, recognize that collective humanity has the ingenuity and creativity of one another to thank, whereas a lot of European Americans are laboring under the delusion that the rest of us have white people to thank. And it's this narcissistic ignorance that causes people like you to do embarrassing things, like leaving comments about Europeans and cell phones on a video about systemic anti-Black racism in the United States. And while that could be written off as a comedic and senile non sequitur, we recognize it as a desperate attempt to center yourself in a conversation that has nothing to do with you. The irony being that white people like to say not all white people and that shouldn't be held accountable for the misdeeds of their ancestors, yet they want to be associated with the greatness of the things that they think they invented.
Oh.
They're obviously not aware.
And here on TikTok, where you can see all of her videos, I mean, she really goes in on a lot of the subjects that the Asian community need to address.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with her face. I don't know her name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see her. She's on a lot of NIASM videos. Sometimes Ivy Anita, maybe one or two other people that that have issues, or want to show the dynamics between African Americans and Chinese people or Asian people as a whole. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, she's good. She's very direct, and she come with facts, not emotions and not feelings. And here she is. She's talking about Edward Bloom, the big dummy that got the bigger dummy, Kenny Zhu, and his cohort of dummies to go along with the bullshit. So here, where she is explaining, we're not gonna play it, but you can go and look up on TikTok and put in at Circus Fairy 33. Fairy is spelled F-A-E-R-Y 33. Circus Fairy 33. And just look up the advocacy work and court cases and Edward Bloom. She got quite a few other ones in there, but it's really good. And she talks about how the Moors civilized white people and taught them how to bathe and all of that. So, so we're gonna wrap it up. I only got this 3 left here, and here. Just got 2 minutes. Got about 5 minutes. So we're gonna run it through, all right?
Now, one thing that we should be clear is that the Asian American community suffers from what we call a model minority. This myth suggests that we are somehow doing better than society as a whole, that we are achieving success beyond the norm, if you will. And so that somehow the efforts such as affirmative action, DEI initiatives, do not benefit Asian Americans. That belies current demographics. A Boston Consulting Group study shows that Asian Americans represent only 3% of executives in corporate America, even though Asian Americans represent about 7% of the total population. A study by McKinsey shows that there is an 80% drop-off for Asian American females when going from the entry-level ranks to the C-suite or board levels of corporations. An analysis of EEOC workforce data shows that white individuals have 2 times the likelihood of being promoted as an Asian American employee. So the point is this: Asian Americans do benefit and need these types of diversity initiatives, and that decisions such as the Harvard and UNC decisions will harm Asian Americans as it harms all communities of color.
So let me go back to where we were before.
As this trial is going on,
This one. I do this one.
For the Asian American community, I know that many of us were watching this case very closely because one of the questions in the Harvard case was whether Harvard's affirmative action policies discriminated against Asian Americans. The district court examined all the evidence and found no evidence to support the claim that Harvard discriminated against Asian Americans. But nonetheless, I feel like a lot of the conversation around this case has been that Asian Americans brought this challenge, that Asian Americans are behind it, which is absolutely not true. This case was brought forward by a group called Students for Fair Admissions, led by a gentleman named Ed Boone. He has been engaged in a campaign to systematically take down affirmative action for years. And he's also behind the Shelby case, which was decided by the Supreme Court 10 years ago and really gutted a lot of our voting rights. So this is not organic. It has not been brought forward by Asian Americans. In fact, SFFA did not bring forward any student plaintiffs in their case. So I think that is notable. And I also just want to lift up that, you know, while certainly there are voices in the Asian American community that oppose affirmative action and that are pleased with yesterday's decision, the majority of Asian Americans do support affirmative action. In fact, our polling shows that it's 69% of Asian Americans support affirmative action in education.
So a great number of Asian people support affirmative action.
as this trial is going,
Everybody supports affirmative action until it disaffects them.
Yeah, yeah.
Or it's seemingly benefiting Black people over anybody else.
Right. And then
And just like she said, the most people, and a few other people have said it on that show, I've said it before here as well, the people who benefit the most from that is white women. That is a fact.
And women.
That
White
is not
women.
like debatable whatsoever. Anybody who knows anything about that dynamic and the statistics know what we just said is true.
All right, let's go into the last one, and then we'll be done because I'm falling asleep. So I hope we did a good job, man. So that's the whole point. So hold on, let's play this one, and we'll be right back.
Over 2/3 of Asian Americans support affirmative and support race-conscious admissions policy. That means that Asian Americans likewise recognize the benefits of affirmative action, not only for our own community, but for all communities. It is also important to recognize who is driving these lawsuits. The person that is driving these lawsuits is a person in ed, a white male who is trying to weaponize policies and trying to divide our community.
He purports to be representing Asian American, but he is not. What he is trying to do is dismantle affirmative action, based conscious policies in a manner that will hurt all of us. It is also important to recognize that there are no students that have testified against the current race-based policies. Rather, the only students that have testified, including Asian Americans, are students that have recognized the benefits of diversity, recognized how important it was to their education experience. At Harvard, Asian American enrollment has increased significantly. It now currently make up nearly 28% of the incoming Harvard class. The Harvard Asian American class has doubled in the last 30 years. It has more than quadrupled over the time in which the Bakke decision was first issued. So any suggestion that somehow Asian Americans are being discriminated against is just belied by these simple facts. And if Harvard was to stop considering race, it would cause a significant decrease in the racial diversity of Harvard students. The share of Black students in the admitted class, for example, would decline from 14% to 16%, and the share of Latino students would decline from 14% to 9%.
We're at the end, bro. We're at the end. I think, and I know we did a good job in presenting the facts as they are, not our feelings, not our emotions, and that we can go to bed knowing we did our job. That's the main thing. Hold on,
I believe so, brother. I believe so. So you're gonna send this to the brother, or you're gonna let him find it on his own organically? And
no, I'm gonna send it to him. I'm hoping that he did watch, but I doubt it. But I'm gonna send it to him tomorrow.
Okay.
Once I get enough sleep and get up in the morning at some point in the early afternoon. But yeah, thank you for coming on. Hopefully you'll be on next week if he comes on.
Okay.
And then we can really look and listen to what he has to talk about. We know it's bullshit, but out of respect, as we always do to our guests, whoever they may be in the future, we listen to the bullshit. If it's bullshit, we'll call them out on it. And then, we do what we got to do. We got to chew them up and shit them out like they are in the lion's den. And they're not Daniel. So you know what's going to happen.
Okay, brother.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be up. Thank you for sticking on. We got 6 people.
Hey, check out some of the stuff in the panel, in the chat, in the personal chat.
Yeah. I'm just now saying. I'm saying it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that, I'm on, bro. I'm tired like a mug. I've been running all day.
Well, thank you, sir, for sticking around, and let's look forward to next week. We already got all of our information that we need in order to bring it to the table with Kenny. So hopefully, he'll show up, and we can really go at what needs to be gotten at. You know what I mean? And we're not trying to change his mind. We already know he is what he is. He's a white supremacist who wants to sleep with Mr. Bloom by checking and spreading his ass cheeks for white supremacy and their little dicks. You know what I mean? So, but with all of that being said, stay black, man, and we'll be out. Peace.
Salute, my brother. Peace.